I was abused by my Freemason father, who was also a Rosicrucian and a member of the Golden Dawn sect. He wasn't just an abuser of children, a perpetrator of sexual abuse and ritual sexual abuse. He was a murderer, and I was a witness to that. If you think Freemasonry is a charitable organisation, sorry, you need to learn the truth.
Les francs-maçons seraient des gens qui seraient des pédophiles, qui auraient monté des réseaux. On passe d'une dénonciation de la pédocriminalité qui est légitime, qui est normale, à finalement des théories qui s'appuient sur pas grand-chose.
Et puis comme on faisait très souvent dans ces familles-là, vice is nice, but incest is best because it stays in the family. On élevait tout simplement avec le silence pour que surtout rien ne sorte.
I open my eyes, look around. I stand up, I walk, yes I walk. Can't see the sky, but I feel alone. See a flower crown and the sun up in the sky. All around is full of life, though I feel alone in my mind.
Comprendre ce que c'est qu'un pédosataniste, oui. Pardon, mais depuis tout à l'heure...
Les francs-maçons pédocriminels, ça m'intéressait un petit peu, puis je me suis dit, je vais refiler le tuyau à Fabrice Goël. Là, au moins, il y a des affaires sensibles, à mon avis, pour 3 ans avec ce truc.
Franc-maçon ou franc-maçonnerie, qu'est-ce que ça vous évoque?
Antichrist et complot. Je pense tout simplement que c'est servir le mal. Hein.
Les francs-maçons?
Ouais. C'est quoi ça?
Les Illuminati, tout ça là. Les satanistes. Eux, c'est des bâtards. Hein.
Ils sont en train d'adorer le diable.
Ah, donc les francs-maçons, ils adorent le diable?
Oui.
Donc ils sont contre Dieu?
Oui, c'est contre Dieu. Franc-maçonnerie, c'est contre Dieu.
Les francs-maçons, vous savez, cette secte sataniste qui cherche à dominer le monde, vous en pensez quoi, vous?
Tous les maçons qui viennent pour participer à un réseau sont déçus et quittent la maçonnerie. Il n'y a pas de réseau. Il n'y a pas de réseau. Il n'y a pas de réseau.
Il n'y a pas de secret. Pas de secret. Pas de secret.
D'innombrables jeunes et moins jeunes croient des manipulations ourdies dans les ténèbres par une secte plus ou moins monstrueuse, maléfique. Et il y a des braves gens qui croient cela. Alors il faut dire et redire que ce genre de représentation, de fantasmes, non seulement ne repose sur rien, mais qu'en plus ça nourrit les plus grandes exterminations des temps modernes, de la chasse sorcière jusqu'au nazisme.
Si aucun journal, aucune chaîne de télé, aucune radio n'a parlé d'une info, eh bien c'est probablement qu'elle est fausse.
Damit zu einem Thema, das so unfassbar ist und gerade deshalb ist es so wichtig, darüber zu berichten und aufzuklären. Starker Tobak. Kleine Kinder werden durch Mind Control, so nennt man die schreckliche Methode, so weit gebracht, dass sie weder Schmerzen spüren noch irgendeine Regung zeigen, wenn ihnen sexuelle Gewalt angetan wird.
Rituelle Gewalt und organisierte sexuelle Ausbeutung von Kindern. Ein Thema, über das wenig berichtet wird, nur selten gelangen Informationen an die Öffentlichkeit.
On n'était pas du tout dans des réseaux satanistes, c'était pas ça du tout l'histoire.
Mind Controls.
Ein Fall, der vor 20 Jahren Schlagzeilen macht, ist der des Kinderschänders und Mörders Marc Dutroux. Bis heute ist nicht bekannt, ob er ein Einzeltäter war oder einem Netzwerk pädophiler Kinderhändler angehörte. Eben solche Netzwerke sind es, die bei der Tagung der österreichischen Jugendamtspsychologen im Mittelpunkt stehen. Es wird von einer gezielten Abrichtung berichtet, die Kinder darauf trainiert, sexuellen Missbrauch und Gewalt willig zu ertragen. Die Methode nennt sich laut der Sozialwissenschaftlerin Claudia Ignay Mind Control, also die gezielte Spaltung der Persönlichkeit.
Also die haben Experten, die ganz genau wissen, welche Form von Gewalt man wie anwenden muss, damit bestimmte Spaltungen entstehen.
Zu ermitteln, wie viele Kinder von dieser Form der Gewalt betroffen sind, ist schwierig. Nur wenige Betroffene schaffen es nach jahrelanger Therapie, darüber zu sprechen. Es ist ein Tabuthema und bleibt deswegen meist unter dem Radar der Kinder- und Jugendhilfe.
Et loin de moi l'idée de vouloir porter caution à quoi que ce soit de ce style.
Mind Controls.
The majority of Masons join and undergo rituals and rites that seem to have no meaning. It is only when they enter the highest levels, the circle within a circle, if you will, that the secret knowledge is shared as to what the organization and its rituals are really about. This knowledge is imparted to a select few who achieve 32nd degree status or higher. What these rites are and what this secret knowledge is has yet to be proven. The Masons are one of the most prominent links between victims of satanic ritual abuse. Victims of SRA are in effect victims of MK-Ultra experiments in childhood. Literally thousands of people from different parts of the country who have never been in contact with each other are telling essentially the exact same story. That as very young children, these people were forced to participate in satanic ritual abuse, including child rape and ritual sacrifice. The consistency of the stories, the links to MK-Ultra and satanic ritual abuse, seem to be a fantastic story at first. But victim testimony is very consistent, and the association of both programs to high-level Mason members has been repeated many times. Many of the personalities involved in the original MK-Ultra experiments were high-level Masons, including Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, Dr. George Estabrooks, Dr. Ewan Cameron.
How were you chosen to be in the MK Ultra program? Glenn Lewis wants to know.
I was chosen to be in it because I was born into a multi-generational incest-based family. My father had been sexually abused and ritually abused. My mother had been sexually abused. My grandfather ran a Blue Masonic Lodge. And so the multi-generational aspect of that abuse being passed down from generation to generation meant that I would be born more compliant and easily led. So that's what ultimately made me a target for MK-Ultra mind control. So my father's sexual abuse of me extended into child pornography. He was trafficking me to my grandfather's Blue Masonic Lodge, to the politicians there. I was targeted because I was born into a multi-generational incest-based family. And the Hitler-Himmler research had proven that that would make me a prime candidate or a chosen one for the MK-Ultra program. When you have multi-generational trauma, after 3 generations, it starts to become autogenic. And one strong factor for that example would be pedophilia. When a child is abused prior to age 5 while their brain is still forming, the brain automatically compartmentalizes that event so the rest of the mind can function normally. The Masonic lodges were a secret society where they had the secrets on mind control and the effects of trauma on the human mind. And they would place people in certain key positions in society. I think it's pretty well understood that if someone was Mason, they would get the good job, you know, or whatever in local communities. Local law enforcement, local politicians, they were part of that Masonic Lodge. And Ford, because he knew those secrets, because he was involved in MK Ultra mind control.
Between the years of 1957 and 1984, I became a pawn in a government scheme whose ultimate goal was mind control and to create the perfect spy, all through the use of chemicals, radiation, drugs, hypnosis, electric shock, isolation in tubs of water, sleep deprivation, brainwashing, verbal, physical, emotional, and sexual abuse. I was exploited unwittingly for nearly 3 decades of my life, and the only explanations given to me were that, quote, the end justifies the means, and, quote, I was serving my country in their bold effort to fight communism. I can only summarize my circumstances by saying they took an already abused 7-year-old child and compounded my suffering beyond belief. The saddest part is, I know for a fact that I was not alone. There were countless other children in my same situation, and there was no one to help us until now.
Did you feel that the doctors were deliberately creating dissociation with you?
Yes, they knew that I could dissociate from the beginning, so they just caused me to dissociate even more, because the more you split, the easier it was to hide what they were doing. In other words, you can only split, they can't make you split. They can't make you dissociate. But they can create the circumstances that they know you will, if you're able to dissociate, you'll do it. Like the trauma I just described, like sending me out to a Masonic lodge for a party. They would send me out, and you knew something horrible was going to happen. I mean, they knew something horrible was going to happen to me. They knew that I would split, that someone would be created just to take whatever happened that night. And probably that's all they would do. And then they would go back and, go to sleep, become dormant. And these are the shadows that I was talking about that have integrated. Once they gave me the memory of, say, that experience, then they integrate. But so they create circumstances to make you split and split and split. And the more you split, of course, the less chance you have of ever healing. The more crazy you're going to sound if you ever do go to a psychiatrist or a therapist, because there was always that chance that I might get away from them and seek help from someone other than the good doctors that I knew already. There was always that chance, so they had to make you seem as crazy as possible. And of course, the more alters you have, the more bizarre you're going to seem to people. I would remember first the incest stuff, the stuff at home, and then it would gradually go from that to the ritual stuff. I went to a couple of Masonic parties at a lodge that was located right near the research building. It was a research building for animal experiments in New Orleans, and it's still there, as a matter of fact. I've been back there, and they sent me there sometimes for certain tests or for experiments. And there was a Masonic lodge right around the corner from it, and they sent me to a couple of parties there. And these people they go crazy at these parties. And these men, they just get drunk and they just pass you around, and it's horrible what they do.
Was it sexual abuse that was going on, or other kinds of abuse at these parties?
Yes. they'd make you perform sexually. They'd make you watch other people perform. I mean, they would have everything you can imagine, even bringing in the animals. And you had to watch, which is just as bad as having it done to yourself. Sometimes watching is just as worse. I mean, just as bad.
Watching it being done to other children? Or?
Yeah, especially if it's people younger than yourself. You're a child, and you have to stand there and watch a little kid who's half your age being tortured or raped or whatever. I mean, that's just as bad as having it done to yourself.
And when you remembered this lodge, did you make attempts to verify if it was where it was? And
yeah, we went there. Mm-hmm. We went to the lodge and talked to people. It's not a lodge anymore. It's a public health building, actually, now. But yeah, we talked to people that had been there, and they said, yeah, it was a Masonic lodge at one time. So Valerie and I went there. We went to Camp Nichols.
Police say they broke up a drug-fueled sex party at the Masonic Temple in Battle Creek. Our sources describe the scene as out of control, and they did arrest people.
Police sources told us the first officer to walk inside was shocked to find a couple performing a lewd sex act right in front of him, along with multiple nude women, drugs, and men videotaping it all behind these closed doors.
Now, I know you've spoken about the involvement of the Masonic Lodge or some members of the Masonic Lodge involved in or being allegations towards them of being perpetrators of ritual abuse. Can you talk about how you first received this information?
Well, early on in my research, when people were coming forward with accounts, some accounts appeared about deviant Freemasons. That is to say, some of the people making allegations were indicating that their fathers had been Freemasons, and that somehow their alleged abuse they thought was connected with the lodge or Freemasons. Occasionally, abuse accounts, if they were true, and I can't say that they were definitively, but if they were true, seem to have occurred inside Masonic lodges.
I remember lots of strange abuse happening at these strange gatherings, almost like parties for them.
And how old were you?
Below the age of 12.
As a child, I also experienced ritual abuse at camp. It sounds implausible because it was designed by the abusers to sound implausible. In my experience, these abusers specifically choose to do things that are unbelievable so that the children they do it to are not believed. So do you have other memories of experiences at this Masonic lodge in Surbiton?
Yeah, I also had memory of like a children's paddling pool, and then I was hanging by one leg lowered into the water and my head smashed against the floor. Caused a lot of confusion. Yeah.
We met a few years ago, and through that friendship, we've discussed the abuse that we experienced both in our family homes, but also by groups in the UK. And what I find most interesting and disturbing about that particular form of abuse, it's a known practice by these groups because it disorientates and confuses a child. Then to combine it with near drowning, which is another well-known ritual abuse technique. And again, people might think, that sounds wild, this ritual abuse concept sounds ridiculous, I don't believe in that. Well, actually, the US government used the same method. They call it waterboarding. What is most shocking and disturbing about that particular memory for you is that almost exactly the same thing was done to me by a different group in England in an entirely different location. I find that very, very upsetting because it suggests to me that these practices are both widespread and formulaic. Someone's designed these specific processes to traumatize and then compartmentalize children so that they are subjected to torture, they're programmed, and then they're unable to recall that programming because part of themselves that were subjected to it is split.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. On the same topic of drowning and spinning, other things happened with this Masonic group in this other location. And I also remember being taken there one evening with other children, going into the pool, swimming pool there. Another drowning exercise was performed on me, so threw me into the pool. I was tied up and my dad saved me to make the connection of him as like a trusted person, even though he was the one perpetrating the abuse.
Yeah, again, this is a known abuse technique. If listeners are curious in researching these ritual abuse techniques, you'll find that there's a whole selection of different things that abusers do to condition responses, particularly fear responses in those they abuse, and also to create a dependency. And that's where you subject a child to extreme torture and then you save them. And then you create what's called essentially a double bind. So the person who's tortured you has now saved you, and you feel a strange and deep allegiance to that person because they have saved you. But the contradictory piece of information is they put you in the position where you were almost killed. This is often used in conjunction with drowning. So often abusers will near drown someone and then will rescue them at the last moment. I mean, this is known more broadly as like Stockholm syndrome, where essentially someone starts sympathizing with their captors or their abusers. But this is a more acute version of that, where it's not simply an empathy with the abuser through proximity, but where the abuser actively tortures someone, then apparently saves them from that torture. And as a result, creates a very strange and deep and unsettling allegiance where you feel like your saviour is also your torturer. This is a well-trodden method of manipulating people. And again, it might sound like new information to many listeners. I would suggest that's because many powerful individuals wish you to remain ignorant of what is done.
And I mean, on the theme of drowning, one evening a group of other men took me to the River Thames in Richmond along the riverbank and just dropped me in the water. So I don't think there was any attempt there. I don't think they had any attempt of wanting me to survive that. So I just remember sinking down to the bottom of the water, going into quite a timeless state, and being there, it felt like an eternity. Concept of time gets very distorted there, and I just remember at one point, like feeling like there was a choice there whether I wanted to stay alive or whether I wanted to die. But it seemed very peaceful on the other side, and everything seemed much more peaceful than existence in this earth. Yeah, and I don't know how. I mean, I think if you're in this kind of emergency near-death experience, I think somehow you just have powers that you don't normally have, and just managed to get rid of the rope on my foot and swam back to the surface. And I feel like it was a big shock for the men in this cult, and especially to my father. I think everyone thought that I was going to die and that they just got rid of me now, but they hadn't got rid of me. And I came back to the surface and there was my dad, and then he just threw me back into the water and then raped me in the water. So that now I just have a horrible memory of being abused again in the water. And then also having pictures taken on the riverbank and a white night dress. I was only about 7 and
Did you feel like at the time there was anyone you could talk to about what was happening?
No.
Did you feel like you could go to the police?
No.
Why was that?
Because I was abused by a police officer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, again, because if I told anyone...
Because people don't want to believe that
so
authority
extreme.
is so corrupt and that people can abuse people in such extreme ways. So you were raped by a police officer, and this was after an experience of being prostituted as a child, and this was also in Richmond in London. I believe, because you've talked to me about this before, but it was an experience that took place above a shop in Richmond.
I remember being taken there when I was a child by my father, of course, and prostituted. There were loads of little girls and boys being undressed, putting like a dog chain around their necks and led into small, disgusting rooms where sick people would come and pay.
This is on the floor above the Russell and Bromley shoe shop in Richmond. Your observation was that a group there was prostituting children.
Yeah.
And that people were entering the space, adults were entering the space and paying to abuse children in rooms. But you sensed the abuse was ongoing, and this place was...
It felt like my father took me there to make money from me. There were other parents who would just take their children there to make money.
It's not really your responsibility to answer this question, but I wonder if you had any feelings about why it was that parents would be doing that to their children.
I feel like they're sick and they have no empathy, and they're just completely focused on money and power. I think more deeper reason is that they've probably been through the same conditioning when they were children, and that they've been so extremely abused that they have no recollection of how it felt like to be abused like that. So they're just repeating this abuse onto the next generation. But I think because they've completely detached themselves from the feelings of being a small child and completely identified with being an abuser.
So after you had the experience of being prostituted with other children in the space above the shoe shop in Richmond, what happened?
My father took me and another little boy who was also being prostituted there down the back steps, down an alleyway, and took us to the police station. Basically pretended that the little boy was lost. It seemed like some big club, some network that they were all part of. Seemed very friendly and familiar with the police officer, and then the police officer took us both and abused us, and then made the little boy abuse me through his hands. So yeah.
You were prostituted. Your father then took you to a police station where you were then abused by a police officer that he seemed to have some foreknowledge of. They seemed to be part of the same group. Yeah, I think at this point it's interesting for me to say, and I advise listeners to do their own research into this. There was a survey made of the British police force a few years ago, and the survey asked the question, are you a member of the Freemasons? And 2/3 of those police officers refused to answer the question. 2/3 of those police officers refused to answer the question.
I guess that's some indication of how many are. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's definitely a network of these abusive groups. There's also abused the Freemasons Lodge Brighton, and I also have other memories in Brighton and other institutions, a bed and breakfast, a fish and chip shop, where there was also abuse happening. I feel like there are internet groups or places where people involved in child abuse are able to seek out locations in different towns to be able to abuse children.
You felt through your experiences of being abused at these different locations that there was a network, that there was an organised group.
There are just so many different locations.
So there were 3 different locations that were Masonic temples and Masonic lodges.
There was the one in Surbiton, there was the one in Brighton, and there was the big lodge in London, in the centre of London, where I had another memory which was very extreme. Yeah.
Okay. Would you be okay describing what happened in the lodge in central London?
But it's very central in London. I think it's the most central lodge, the biggest one. There was a ceremony happening. There were little boys actually, mainly, and me, and they were all wearing their long, stupid costumes. There was a ceremony, drinking blood. There was sacrificial animal on an altar at the front. The worst thing about the ceremony was that there was actually a sacrifice that happened. They basically wanted all the children to come up basically put a knife in this poor little boy's heart and kill him. I just remember being in this line, and then as soon as I got to the altar, I just ran away. I hid under a bench shaking, and I just kept hiding and protesting, and they'd try and drag me back there, and I'd kick and scream, and I wouldn't participate. I just remember seeing that. And because he had done nothing wrong. But I'm glad he could go to a safer place.
Sure, he feels that you're very strong for speaking out about what you saw happen to him. Most people never speak out about what they've seen, so thank you.
Yeah.
Why do you feel that they made all the children stab this boy?
I think they wanted to really confuse children, and I still have this confusion now a lot of the time, in that they want to make you feel guilty, and they want to make you feel like you were the one that was doing the abuse. They want to put all the guilt and all the feelings that the abusers feel onto you, so that you feel scared to ever speak out, because once it's hard enough going through the abuse that they subject you to, but then if you suddenly are made to participate in something that you absolutely would never want to do, you feel responsible, and you feel like, oh my goodness, I'm turning into an abuser. Why I would never want to do this, but I've done something that I would never want to do. And I think it creates a lot of doubt, prevents you from speaking out, because you feel like you're becoming an abuser.
That's been my understanding of it as well. They call it forced participation, where essentially an abusive group forces those they're abusing to participate in the abuse, often as children, and often involves sacrifice in different forms. We can see it in war with child soldiers. Boy soldiers are enlisted at a very young age into groups in some countries. Then they're trained to kill, essentially ritual abuse, where they're disconnected from their emotions and their humanity. And then they participate at a very young age in the murder of other humans.
Also, on the same day during this ceremony, the Masons would pair off with the little boys and me, go to different rooms behind the main altar in the back building and be raped and abused. My uncle, who was also there, he was the one who took me into a room and raped me. That was pretty normal, yeah.
So your uncle was participating in the organisation as well?
Yeah.
And he had been abusing you outside of the Masonic lodge at other times?
Yeah.
Yeah. So both your father and your uncle were part of the Freemasons organisation, and they would supply you to other members of the Freemasons who would abuse you and force you to participate in rituals, which included the murder of a child.
Yeah.
Would like to say that, again, this is something that's not unusual in these ritual groups. They use these methods specifically to confuse, disorientate, and split children.
Yeah. Just remember on another occasion being in a graveyard, and I had made friends with a little cat that lived in the graveyard. It was a little Wilbur cat, and it was black, and yeah, and I loved the little Wilbur cat, and we were friends, and the cat Wilbur was kept in cages all the time, and at one point my father forced my hand to kill Wilbur. And of course it's not something that I would ever want to do. Like, I loved Wilbur. But, I mean, he stood behind me and forced my hand to kill her. So he killed her through me.
And this is another known ritual abuse technique, that the abusers will encourage a child to befriend an animal or another child, and then they will force that child to kill the animal or child that they befriended, specifically because this breaks a very deep bond. And it was done to me. So I know the experience and I know the technique very well. It's not done offhand. It's not been dreamt up on the spot. But to create a situation where a child befriends and deeply loves another being, whether that's a cat or another child, and then to force that child to kill that other being, creates such a deep wound and such a deep conflict in the child. The sense of guilt and confusion is overwhelming because the child feels responsible and the child is told that they're responsible. And again, for me, it felt very organised. It didn't feel like this was a random group of people casually acting out some weird abuse they weren't fully conscious of having experienced themselves. It felt like it was designed. It felt like it was well organised and designed. And your experiences seem to echo that. It's interesting to note how many of your experiences involved the Freemasons and these Masonic groups.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you would say to other survivors who might be listening, who feel like it's difficult, if not impossible, to speak out?
I've sort of realised for myself that I think, the law enforcement and any form of power in most countries is so corrupt that I don't really trust these organisations. I feel like it's so worthwhile to remember and to speak out because there is a higher form of justice, and I just feel like, I mean, for the sake of those children that lost their lives and just for the sake of good, because it's something that you can feel in your heart. There's always a difference between the feelings that they create in you by making you commit acts like murder or things that you would never do. You feel bad and you feel guilty and you're responsible, but when you actually listen to your heart, that's your true self, and then you know that you would never do something like that. And I think it's just important to trust that side of this. That's your true nature.
Yeah, I would tell those survivors like me and you that it is okay to speak out, that many of us are speaking out. You maybe don't hear our voices as much or as loudly because a lot of the ways in which we might reach you through television or radio or newspapers are owned by very rich organisations who have a vested interest in this information not reaching you. But don't be confused, there are many of us out here, and there are many of us speaking out. And if you want to speak out, then do. There's enough of us doing it now for there to be strength in numbers. At this point, I'd like to say thank you to our listeners. If you've made it this far, then you've been very brave, because this is a very difficult topic to hear about. Because most people do not want to know what power and authority does to retain power and authority. They do not want to know what happens to children because many of them had the same experiences or similar experiences. They do not want to reflect or remember that because it's extremely painful. It's also extremely difficult to remember. Our society does not support the remembering process. Our society supports the forgetting process. So I want to thank you, friend, for everything you've spoken about today, and for your strength and for your courage.
La France n'est malheureusement pas à l'écart de ces problèmes posés par les réseaux pédophiles. Un jeune homme de 26 ans, Samir, vient de raconter sa terrible histoire dans un livre qui vient de paraître. Dès l'âge de 12 ans, à Paris, il a été victime d'une secte satanique, torturé puis violenté pendant près d'une dizaine d'années.
Lorsqu'il avait à emprunter ce couloir, Samir savait que l'horreur était au bout. À l'époque, il n'avait que 12 ans. Mais depuis un an déjà, il subissait dans sa chair les fantasmes de véritables bourreaux. Viols répétés, séances de torture, ici en plein Paris, rien ne lui a été épargné.
Il ne pouvait pas vivre sans torturer des enfants. Au départ, ça se passait par des rituels, alors des cérémonies, et après ça finissait en orgie.
Une orgie, c'est-à-dire?
Une orgie, ça finissait par des actes sexuels. Et puis il fallait faire l'amour avec des adultes, quoi.
Plusieurs adultes?
Plusieurs adultes, ouais.
En même temps, il y avait plusieurs enfants?
Il y avait plusieurs enfants, oui.
The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, littéralement l'ordre hermétique de l'aube dorée, plus communément appelée la Golden Dawn, est une société secrète ou école à mystère, consacrée à l'étude des sciences occultes. La Golden Dawn a pris naissance dans l'esprit de 3 amis francs-maçons, William Wynne Westcott, ami de Madame Blavatsky, Samuel Liddell Matters et William Robert Woodman. Westcott s'occupant des enseignements kabbalistiques et rosicruciens, tandis que Matters se consacrait à l'enseignement de la magie. En 1901, un scandale, connu sous le nom de l'affaire Horos, a éclaboussé la Golden Dawn. Frank Jackson, sous pseudonyme de Theo Horos, et sa femme Loletta Jackson ont été accusés du viol d'une jeune fille de 16 ans. À l'époque, le juge a conclu que le couple avait utilisé les rituels de la Golden Dawn pour l'exploitation sexuelle de mineurs. Notons que l'Ordo Templi Orientis OTO, sous-structure de la Golden Dawn, a également été dénoncé comme étant un véritable réseau pédocriminel. La psychologue australienne Rena Michelson avait déclaré, selon ses sources, que cette société secrète était un réseau de pédophiles dont les membres pratiquent les abus rituels impliquant de la magie sexuelle, du contrôle mental basé sur les traumatismes et la production de pédopornographie. En 1995, l'OTO a été répertorié comme secte luciférienne dans un rapport parlementaire de la commission d'enquête sur les sectes en France. Dans son livre « L'enfant sacrifié à Satan », le journaliste Bruno Fouchereau écrit « En Italie, à Rome, l'existence d'un groupe de l'OTO pratiquant des viols d'enfants dans ses rituels a été dévoilée, ce qui fit scandale, car la jeunesse dorée de la ville y participait, ainsi que des avocats réputés. » L'enquête de Bruno Fouchereau rapporte le témoignage de Samir Aouchiche, victime d'une secte paramaçonnique nommée Alliance Cryptène. Voici un passage du livre qui relate le déroulement d'une cérémonie de la Golden Dawn impliquant des enfants et à laquelle Aouchiche aurait participé. Enfin, ils arrivent dans la salle. Là encore, le décor a changé. Les murs sont maintenant tendus de tissu noir, les néons sont éteints et des halogènes éclairent la pièce indirectement. Un immense triangle mauve est dessiné sur le sol et une sorte de damier a été posé en son centre. De chaque côté du triangle, 2 espèces de colonnes d'environ 2 mètres se dressent telles des obélisques. L'une est noire et blanche, l'autre rouge et verte. Au fond de la pièce, face à l'entrée, sur une sorte d'estrade, encadrée de 4 candélabres, 2 gros fauteuils rouges et or. 5 à 6 enfants sont là, certains visiblement accompagnés de leur père ou de personnes qui leur sont proches. Un petit garçon d'environ 6 ans, qui refusait de lâcher la main de son père, reçoit une gifle monumentale qui l'envoie rouler au sol sous les rires des adultes, visiblement ravis par le spectacle de ce garçonnet à moitié assommé. Samir n'en croit pas ses yeux. Les adultes sont vêtus de façon singulière. La plupart portent de grandes saies blanches, certaines sont vertes et rouges. D'autres sont tous habillés de cuir, d'autres sont torse nu mais portent un masque. Ils sont une vingtaine à tous arborer des tenues hétéroclites. Tous sont agglutinés près de la petite pièce attenante à la salle. En l'occurrence, elle semble servir de vestiaire, car les hommes et les femmes en sortent tous avec une tenue plus ou moins bizarre, alors qu'ils y étaient entrés en tenue de ville. À jouir l'arc est là aussi, drapé dans une scie rouge. Sur sa poitrine est dessiné un énorme triangle mauve bordé de noir et surmonté d'une croix blanche. Son visage est masqué, mais Samir connaît trop bien ses yeux pour ne pas le reconnaître. Une musique de messe retentit et, entre guillemets, l'empereur, suivi du commandeur, se dirige vers l'estrade. Pendant ce temps, Stirlaro s'affaire et prépare sur des plateaux d'argent de grandes lignes de ce que Samir apprendra plus tard être de la cocaïne. Ondatom saisit le bras de Samir pour le guider, avec les gagneuses et les autres enfants, devant l'estrade où tous se mettent en rang. Les adultes se répartissent avec une sorte de bonne humeur grivoise sur les côtés du triangle face aux colonnes et à l'estrade. Pendant que les plateaux passent dans l'assistance, Ondaton et le chinois déshabillent sans ménagement les enfants. Certains sanglotent, d'autres se protègent le visage comme s'ils s'attendaient à recevoir des coups d'un instant à l'autre. Les conversations vont bon train. Un homme qui porte un masque rouge se déclare sensible aux fesses de Samir. Une femme habillée d'une saie blanche n'a d'éloge que pour les gagneuses de Stirlaro. Pendant le discours de l'empereur, Ondaton, un ciboire en cuivre à la main, a fait boire aux enfants une gorgée d'un liquide rouge amer. Tous ressentent alors rapidement la même chose. La tête leur tourne. Ils ne sombrent pas dans la conscience, mais ils sont pris, soudainement, dans une sorte de brouillard. L'empereur continue. « Portez la bannière à l'est !» Ajoute l'arc, prend l'étendard en question et va le placer sur le mur est de la pièce. Il représente une croix dorée avec un T blanc sur son axe, qui est aussi le centre d'une étoile à 6 branches, formée de 2 triangles, l'un de couleur rouge, l'autre bleu. « Commandeur, portez la bannière à l'ouest !» Le drapeau de l'ouest est un triangle or sur un fond bleu avec une croix rouge en son centre. Samir voit ces bannières comme à travers un brouillard, mais les symboles qui y sont inscrits marqueront son esprit à tout jamais. L'empereur lève ses bras vers le ciel et ferme les yeux pour mieux se concentrer. Il semble bénir les enfants. Infusez dans ces jeunes êtres la vigueur et la pureté, vous qui êtes les maîtres des puissances élémentaires que vous contrôlez, et que ces jeunes êtres puissent rester un véritable symbole de la force intérieure et spirituelle de notre ordre. Ce rituel est l'un de ceux de la Golden Dawn, et semble être celui auquel Samir a été le plus souvent soumis. Samir n'entend presque plus les paroles de l'empereur. Il a l'impression de tomber, d'être pris dans un tourbillon. Tout tourne, les visages se mélangent, et c'est à peine s'il entend le commandeur déclamer « Les corps de ces enfants sont le pain que nous partageons. Ils scellent nos liens et, par notre sexualité enfin libérée du joug des oppresseurs judéo-chrétiens, nous nous purifions, nous réintégrons le plan sacré des chevaliers célestes de l'ordre de l'Alliance cryptène. Le sexe et tous les plaisirs de nos sens sont la seule loi à satisfaire. Servez-vous, mes frères, au nom du prince notre Seigneur, et l'honneur à Tulé. » Le commandeur a joint le geste à la parole et a relevé sa saie, laissant apparaître un sexe dressé. Il s'approche d'une petite fille d'environ 12 ans, qui sanglote depuis le début de la cérémonie. L'enfant résiste à peine. Déjà, des hommes et des femmes se sont écartés pour se livrer à leur jouissance. D'autres saisissent des enfants. Samir se sent palpé, retourné, puis sombre dans une sorte de coma éveillé. Une insensibilité totale, comme si tout cela n'était pas vrai, que son corps n'était pas son corps, comme s'il n'était qu'un observateur de cette odieuse réunion.
Ich halte das persönlich eher wirklich für organisierte Gewaltstrukturen, die auch einen großen Umfang haben. Also nach dem, was mir die Mandantinnen berichten, gibt es wirklich weit verzweigte Täterkreise. Ich bin Ellen Engel, bin Rechtsanwältin für Strafrecht in Berlin, seit ungefähr 15 Jahren mit dem Thema ritualisierte Gewalt vertraut nicht, aber im Laufe der Zeit habe ich mir dazu eine ganze Menge Wissen angeeignet und viele Mandantinnen und Mandanten getroffen. Ich habe eine Vielzahl von Kindern vertreten, die durchaus fantastisch anmutende Dinge erzählen, und diese Dinge sind tatsächlich so, dass sie immer wiederkehren. Ich habe beispielsweise ein Geschwisterpaar vertreten, das schon seit einigen Jahren aus der Herkunftsfamilie herausgenommen worden war, weil dort anscheinend schlimme Dinge passiert sind. Und das kleine Mädchen lebt in der Nähe von Wolfsburg und der größere Bruder lebt ganz oben in Norddeutschland, und die beiden haben sich auch seit Jahren nicht gesehen. Ich habe beide vertreten, beide wurden vernommen in Strafverfahren und beide haben sehr identische Dinge erzählt zu ihren Erlebnissen, die aber für jemanden, der sich mit diesem Thema nicht auskennt, klingen wie Fantasiegeschichten. Da ist dann die Rede davon, dass irgendwelche Wölfe oder grüne Drachen ihnen Schlimmes angetan haben, dass jemand ihnen einen Stock in den Popo gepiekst hat, dass sie rote Götterspeise essen mussten und danach sich nicht mehr so richtig erinnern können, was passiert ist. Das waren Dinge, die gleichlautend waren bei diesen Kindern. Und mit den Kindern hat es aber trotzdem nicht dazu gereicht, dass eine Anklage geschrieben werden konnte, weil eben einfach die Aussagen solcher Kinder, die so fantastisch anmuten, ja keinen Beleg dafür bringen, dass den Kindern tatsächlich etwas Schlimmes passiert ist. Und diese Kinder sind einfach nicht in der Lage zu sagen, es war in dem und dem Jahr, an dem und dem Ort und die Täter sahen genau so aus. Wenn das stimmt, was die Kinder erzählen, und viele Kinder haben es übereinstimmend geschildert, dann ist es möglicherweise so, dass tatsächlich die Täter Kinder gezielt verwirren, um eben deren Unglaubwürdigkeit darstellen zu können. Es gibt sehr häufig Videos und Fotos, die hergestellt werden, die ausgetauscht werden untereinander, die angeblich im Darknet gehandelt werden. Und diese Beweismittel sind natürlich auch Beweismittel, die die Täter stark machen, weil sie damit natürlich auch die Frauen in der Hand haben. Das ist in der Tat immer eine große Sorge, die die Mandantinnen haben. Sie berichten häufig davon, dass sie selbst schlimme Straftaten begangen haben. Dennoch ist diese Angst in den Mandantinnen groß, dass, wenn sie etwas zur Anzeige bringen, dass dann auch ihre eigenen Tatbeiträge von der Staatsanwaltschaft angeschaut werden. Und da gibt es aus meiner Sicht dann aber bei Personen mit dissoziativer Identitätsstörung das Problem, dass die möglicherweise gar nicht schuldfähig waren im Zeitpunkt der Taten. Ich habe schon die unglaublichsten Geschichten gehört, die ich nicht glauben wollte und auch nicht glauben konnte, weil es wirklich so schrecklich klang. In sehr vielen Fällen gibt es beispielsweise ärztliche Atteste, die beweisen, dass den Frauen in den Fällen wirklich schlimme Gewalt widerfahren ist. Ich habe eine Mandantin, die hat immer wieder in ihren Geschlechtsorganen schlimmste Verletzungen gehabt und durch Besuche in Krankenhäusern wurden dort auch Scherben beispielsweise rausoperiert und die Ärzte gehen davon aus, dass das nicht selber zugefügt worden sein kann, diese Verletzungen, sondern dass das tatsächlich eine Dritteinwirkung gewesen sein muss. Also natürlich ärztliche Atteste sind immer ein toller Beweis. Dann gibt es ganz häufig schon alte Therapieberichte aus der Kindheit von Mandantinnen, aus denen man vieles herauslesen kann, wenn man so etwas zu lesen weiß. Und letztlich mache ich mir aber auch immer ein sehr genaues persönliches Bild von den Mandantinnen. Sehr häufig ist es natürlich so, dass die Frauen, die zu mir kommen, sich auch nach wie vor noch in diesen Kreisen bewegen. Und da gibt es auch immer sehr viele loyale Anteile in diesen geschädigten Personen.
I couldn't put the pieces together because I didn't have the correct verbiage to make it understandable. But when I first heard you talk about non-state torture in 2004, the pieces started coming together for me and I felt much, much calmer and much more able to tell my story about what had happened to me. Even after 1992, I still struggled to make it explainable as to what had happened. And all of the things that had been used, treachery, lies, costuming, electrocution, confinements, beatings. We weren't, at that time, we were barely able to mention the words incest, much less torture. I was speaking torture, but even the people I was speaking to did not understand or have the terminology. They really thought I was crazy.
Jeanette is a social worker and a ritual abuse survivor who brought legal charges against her father, alleging that he had brutally tortured her as a child and teenager. Her father was a Boy Scout leader, church deacon, a master mason, and executive director of the National Board of Boiler and Pressure Vessels Inspectors in the United States. And in this position, he was responsible for overseeing inspections for all nuclear power plants in the U.S. Jeanette's father attempted to plea bargain in pleading guilty to a misdemeanor of facilitating child sexual abuse and an award of $50,000 to Jeanette, which she refused. And just as she was extraditing her father from Ohio back to Kentucky to face trial, he died suddenly.
After his death, I heard that the Masonic Brotherhood went up and did some rites at his funeral. Gee, I couldn't go, but they were there. And so I called the Masonic Lodge that he'd been a member of for 40 years because I wanted some documentation for my own self. And sure enough, and I called and told them I was the dutiful daughter, and I'm so sorry. And so I got back the documentation that Mr. Blank of blank address was a member of Jeffersontown Lodge number 774 in blank, Kentucky, date of birth, blah, 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 blah. He entered his first degree in the Masonic Lodge on February 1965, made the second degree in February of 66, and made Master Mason in March of 1966. Within 1 year, he went all of those degrees. Gee, how is that possible? I don't know. But I got that. Is there a correlation? Well, in this case, for this particular lodge, I believe there is some collaborative evidence there. And that is that there were 2 other cases that had been prosecuted and convicted, 2 perpetrators from the same Masonic lodge to which my perpetrator had been a member of for 30 plus years. Is there a correlation there? Gee, do birds of a feather flock together?
How was the process initially that you started remembering your abuse, and how much time had passed since the abuse ended?
Well, my last hands-on abuse by my main perpetrator, my father, the last incident of abuse occurred when I was 24 years old. So ongoing from early childhood all the way till I was 24, the process of remembering is the old off-again, on-again process of remembering, but only remembering certain incidences or having flashes, like viewing a faraway video that sometimes became clear and sometimes was fog-covered. I really started getting a lot of my memories and flashbacks at age 28 when I met and married my husband.
Was there certain things that triggered flashbacks for you, or did they come? How did they come?
Well, I have an idea about how that happens. I think, for me, that when I married my husband, I was then in a routine, day-to-day relationship with someone, in an ongoing, regular sexual relationship with someone, my husband. And what prompted me to enter therapy was shortly after I got married, I was sitting on the bed in our bedroom, and my husband sat down beside me, and he simply placed his hand on my leg, on my knee, and I had a flashback, and I started breaking things. I was just rageful, and it was almost like I blacked out when I did this, or what I know now to be a switch. And after this, I thought, oh my God, what is going on? I have to do something. Little did I know there were parts of me that throughout the years had gone to other therapists trying to get help without my knowledge.
So this, you had gone to therapy for other things that were happening in your life before the age of 28 then?
Yes, but I did not know they were going to a therapist and talking about incest. They actually had approached therapists. And most of the time, from what I now understand, is that most therapists at the time, in the early 80s and prior to that, even in the 70s, they weren't dealing with issues of incest, period.
Can you talk about what age you think your abuse started by your father, and what kind of things happened?
There were various types of abuse, but as a young child, I didn't have enough food to eat. That was a result of plain old neglect. It was not because there wasn't enough money to provide food. It was because of neglect. The abuse, the different types of abuse. One vivid memory that I had, that I've also drawn pictures of, that I also reported to my police detective in the course of prosecuting my father. I was hung upside down with ropes from rafters in the garage. It was an unattached garage beside our house, I still have the scars on my ankles from this. I was threatened with a welding rod. I was penetrated with an object upside down. Other types of abuse would be simply just being in bed, taken from my home, taken out of bed, raped. It could be any time of the night. It could be with people I knew or did not know.
Now, when you say ritual abuse, what do you mean by that?
What I mean by ritual abuse is severe physical, mental, spiritual abuse at the hands of multiple perpetrators. I mean abuse that is taken in a context of not only a spiritual or religious belief, but abuse that is very hard to define as why, which all victims ask ultimately, why? It is abuse that is torturous. It involves torture. It involves threats of torture. It involves threats to your person, to your very being of your soul. It involves threats to humanity. It involves threats to persons that you hold dear. It involves threats to your pets.
Do you have any indication, or some of these other perpetrators that were outside of your family, what was the relationship to your father?
Some were known to him through his fraternal organization. Some were known to him through his religious organization, which I definitely feel he never belonged to the religious organization. It was simply a way to procure more victims. I was not his only victim. I was not his only victim in our family. He had multiple victims outside of our family. When I revealed to one of my father's relatives, his only remaining direct relative, this relative revealed to me that she had been raped by two of the same family members that had raped me as a child. I was able to document at least 3 generations. The police also had photographs and access to the site where I was taken as a child in the context of ritual abuse. The evidence existed. Not only did my main detective investigate and believe me, I had other police officers that supported me, that accompanied me to approach the district attorney.
Did you feel that specifically the Masonic context had anything to do with the ritual itself? Was there Masonic elements to the ritual abuse?
I don't necessarily feel that there was. I feel that birds of a feather flock together. I feel that his cohorts in his fraternal organization, as part of their joining in an abuse of me, were because they were all pedophiles, simply pedophiles, regardless if they were practicing Satanists, regardless if they were a member of a fraternal organization, regardless if they were a Boy Scout leader, regardless if they were a community figure, regardless if they worked for state government, regardless if they worked for federal government. What is indicative to me underneath all of this is the fact that these are persons that commit crimes against children of the most hideous nature, crimes that are sadistically violent. I think that he and others attempted not only to sadistically abuse me, but to split my mind to split my mind into as many pieces, to split my personality. As a matter of fact, my sister remembered my father calling me by other names. She wondered, why was she being called by these other names? He definitely knew of my alter personalities.
Do you think he had, I mean, this sounds a lot like the deliberate creation of multiple personalities with the mind control, government-funded mind control experiments. Did you feel that your father had knowledge of these kind of techniques, or he just picked up somehow that you did have multiple personalities and then continued to use that against you?
I have not completed all of my research, especially concerning his military career and any connections there. From what I know now, I would find it very remote that he would have known this on his own, the capacity to induce this. However, I do believe that, not only do I believe, I know that organizations, whether we want to call them Satanist or whether we want to call them organized pedophile clubs, whether we want to call them mind control, are very much aware of multiple personality defense systems. They definitely know about it, and they seek to create it as a way to keep their abuse of the victim hidden. They use this in a manner that protects their identity. So as I and all parts of me being abused, horrible sadistic abuse, could get up in the morning and go to school and function and come home and live with these perpetrators.
Did your father threaten you, just outright threaten you if you told anybody?
Absolutely, yes. He threatened me, not only verbally, but he threatened me with a welding rod. A welding rod is an item that's hot enough to melt metal.
Specifically choose to leave out the ritual aspects of the abuse in the court, or did you somehow want to work that in?
Definitely left it out. Because there were no statutes against ritual abuse, it was clear that the courts would not proceed under a statute that did not exist. First-degree rape, whether in the context of ritual or organized abuse, rape is rape is rape. That's a crime. Used in force, it was a felony crime. Used by your first-degree relative, it is incest.
How do you think, if you did introduce testimony regarding the ritual abuse aspects, how do you think that would have been received by the court and the jury?
I think it would have been very difficult, if not impossible. However, the players behind the scenes, that is, the district attorney, the police officers involved in my case, my own personal attorney, including persons in the Kentucky Attorney General's office, everyone knew it was a ritual abuse case. People were very much sure of the case, and this is what it was because of the really vast amount of collaborative and not only collaborative but evidence that I had, and also supporting testimony from other victims.
My name is Ellen Lachter. I am a psychologist in private practice in California, published in the subjects of ritual abuse and mind control. These mechanisms are: 1. Coerced harm under direct torture. 2. Organized criminal terrorization. 3. Sophisticated psychological manipulation of victims' dissociated identities. The contexts within which extreme and sadistic abuse occurs are: 1. Ritualistic abuse, that is ceremonial or systematic abuse or torture, usually beginning in childhood by multiple perpetrators to gain long-term or lifelong control of victims' minds and behavior for furtherance of the abuser's spiritual, criminal, ethnic hate, religious hate, or political objectives. 2. state-sponsored torture, including government-sponsored mind control projects, such as the CIA's MKUltra program, torture of political prisoners, training of military special forces operatives and espionage agents, and training of child soldiers.
Have you yourself, Doc, ever been involved in anything really heavy duty where it traces back? And I mean, I know you can't say a whole lot, but have you ever traced back some of this stuff? I mean, it is ritual abuse. It means it is persistent, it's repetitive, and have you ever traced it back to powerful figures?
Oh, well, oh my gosh. I will say that I've heard so many credible reports of a lot of Masonic, a lot of horrible abuse happening within Masonic lodges, and there are a lot of powerful people obviously connected to Masonic lodges. That I do believe that a lot of ritual abuse happens within Masonic lodges. Now, I am not saying that all Masons by any means are practicing evil. I don't believe that. But in fact, I have actually no way of knowing how much the ritual abuse that happens in Masonic lodges is actually somehow part of the structure of Freemasonry versus how much it's people who are using that for their own proclivities, you know. So, but quite a few survivors that I find highly credible claim that their abusers were important Freemasons.
And you've focused on specific issues with your releases of the Stone Angel information package. Maybe we could talk about the different issues that you've released and what they focused on.
Yeah. Initially, it was and personal descriptions of having gone through cult ritual abuse, and then we began to realize that a great percentage of the survivors had also been involved in Masonic cult ritual abuse. Their grandfathers were Masons or Shriners, again, in different parts of the country. And we started looking a lot more closely at that because it seemed to be a common thread. Mm-hmm. And once the presidential hearing had been conducted in Washington in 1995, and the survivors of childhood mind control experimentation came forward with their testimony, and that became part of the public record. We were then able to we were then able to publicly come forward with the information about the mind control experimentation that had been described by certain survivors, and the military connection began to come in there. And again, the Masonic was also a common thread. Research has been conducted by Dr. Stephen Kent, a sociologist at University of Alberta, on cult practices, deviant religions, and it is the focus of his work that the Masons seem to be the secret society who come up over and over again whenever cult practices are disclosed by survivors or investigated by researchers. We certainly brought the Masonic information forward, and we paid for that in lots of ways. The mind control experimentation wasn't addressed directly at that time. There were private conversations about it that went on at the gathering. I put a few small advertisements in the Globe and Mail, notifications about the upcoming conferences, and just the 3 or 4 words describing it, the Masonic connection generated phone calls and letters from survivors across Canada who described themselves as being Masonic survivors living in terror. And they were invariably the daughters of Masons or Scottish Rite Shriners, the daughters of Masons. And they began describing, again from all across Canada, memories of what could only be described as mind control experimentation. So those fragments began to come forward back then in November 94.
Now, there was some public statements about the Masonic involvement in ritual abuse in the media at the time of the conference or shortly after, which they had a chance to respond, and they denied all the allegations that were being brought forth. Has there been further responses from the Masonic Lodge since the conference, and what, or any further communication?
There was a really well organized, what I can only call it, an attack by the Masons when the January portion of the conference was coming to the media's attention. And I'm going to speak about Thunder Bay because there was a great deal of media coverage here in the city about it. There was a fax campaign where the then Premier Bob Ray received faxes from Masons all over the province denouncing what the Stone Angels were doing in Thunder Bay. I had messages left on my answering machine at that point, day after day, from Masons and wives of Masons in northwestern Ontario, including a call from the wife of a Mason up in Moose Factory and also the publisher of a newspaper in Dryden who refused to print the notice about the conference itself because her husband was a Mason. So she chose as publisher and editor of the regional newspaper to not let people in that part of northwestern Ontario that there was such a gathering. And there was a big public outcry by the Masons that they were not allowed to come and attend our conference. And we were very explicit and very clear about Masons not being allowed to attend. Registration was closed to survivors and therapists and service providers. That's who it was designed for. And I received a series of calls from two particular Masons over a period of time here in Thunder Bay. One of them was a retired policeman, Peter Toohey, who also went on television denouncing what we were doing. And at that point, I was fairly naive. I didn't have access at that time to all of the information that was available throughout primarily U.S. publications, who had also been asking questions about the Masons. So I was operating in a bit of an information vacuum at the time. And I had come across some information stating that the Scottish Rite in the United States funded out of their charitable donations research on schizophrenia. I can remember reading that and thinking how curious and how chilling that the upper echelon within the Masonic secret society would choose to use their charitable monies to fund research on schizophrenia, which is very similar in some ways to the multiple personality disorder or the dissociative identity disorder, which is displayed by 99% of survivors of ritual abuse and certainly of mind control experimentation. Mm-hmm. And I very naively asked Mr. Toohey if he was aware that monies were being used for these purposes, and he very proudly told me that, well, yes, and here in Thunder Bay, all the money that the Shriners raised went to fund a research project on the study of schizophrenia at University of British Columbia. I found that very frightening and very chilling, that the money from this community in northwestern Ontario raised by this male secret society would be directly funneled to a university on the West Coast.
I was really quite perplexed by the appearance of Freemasonry in a fairly significant number of accounts. That is to say, I was not getting any allegations about other kind of philanthropic or civic groups. I was not getting accounts about Kiwanis or Lions Club or Knights of Columbus or Rotarians or whatnot. It was only deviant allegations about deviants involving Freemasons, sometimes in Masonic lodges. And my sense all along is that even if some of these allegations are true, ordinary Masons would be appalled at the material that I was hearing. But nonetheless, I was faced with a dilemma of trying to make sense out of what I was hearing. So I undertook an investigation of Freemasonry. I had already published an encyclopedia about Freemasonry several years earlier in the second edition of the Canadian Encyclopedia. So I had some background. And what I found is that related to Freemasonry are countless splinter groups. These splinter groups involve usually just men. Sometimes women get involved in traditions involving high ceremonialism, elaborate rituals, and so on. So, for example, if one goes back a couple of generations, one can even find Masonic connections to a group like the Solar Temple. These are people who I often call them ritual junkies. They love the pomp and ceremonialism that they see in Freemasonry, but they want to go farther with it. Freemasonry does not have a developed sense of a demonic figure in it. That is to say, there aren't these kind of rigid satanic versus God images that appear in Christianity. What I did find, however, was some mentions of Lucifer, but more importantly, a sense in some of the upper-level rituals that God was a threefold character, Jah, Bulah, Jah possibly referring to Yahweh, Bull referring to Baal, and so on. The Baal reference is a reference to pagan gods in the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament gods who required child sacrifice. So, ordinary Masons would talk about the god Jah, Bulah, and not really think too much about what they were saying, but it was plausible to me that Masonic deviants, these people I call ritual junkies, might see that in this God figure you combine both good and evil. You combine a higher God with a God who required child sacrifice. And so as part of my attempts to come up with a plausibility structure for why deviant Freemasons may be involved in these kind of allegations, I found a point of entry, you might say, in theology that would allow deviant practitioners to develop abusive rituals in the context of what they thought could be worship to a higher God.
Now, the people making allegations against certain of these deviant Freemasons, do you have a sense of what positions they held within the Masonic Lodge organization, whether they were lower ranking or higher ranking Masons?
I don't know for sure. I know that some of the people against whom allegations had been made, never proven, seem to be fairly high-ranking members. I also know that some ordinary members hear these allegations and they're in disbelief. These Masons see these allegations as being just part of a long tradition of persecution against Freemasonry because of secrecy and so on. Well, that's certainly not my intent. I have no axe to grind with Freemasonry. And once I got challenged on the Masonic issues, I started finding out that there are people right around North America who have also made allegations that they have been richly abused by Freemasons. There are a number of organizations based in the States that specifically insist that deviant Freemasons had abused them. Indeed, in Canada, there's one organization whose leader is absolutely convinced that she's the survivor of deviant Masonic abuse. So when I was able to see that the accounts that I was getting were part of a large context, a large North American context, it became even more intriguing to me about the kind of specific allegations I had been receiving. I don't get the sense, though, from most of my informants that they have these kind of axes to grind about Freemasonry. I mean, they don't seem to be involved in these conservative Christian contexts. Many of them, I think most of them, have no interpretive context to place their own memories about the Freemasons. For them, they feel extremely isolated with these kind of accounts. They have no sense that other people in different parts of North America have made similar kinds of allegations. So I cannot place most of the accounts that I've received in a context of some sort of vengeance against the Masons.
Do you feel that the people you come in contact with making allegations have any kind of knowledge of what Freemasonry is about?
I certainly don't get that sense from people. Again, these are for the most part women, and as you know, women are excluded from Masonic ritual and practice. So it wouldn't be impossible for them to gain internal knowledge about Masonic rituals, but it takes some work. You have to go out and actively seek the information. So I just don't get any sense that these people have a vendetta, or at least most of the people have any kind of vendetta against Freemasonry.
Now, within the accounts coming from the survivors, do you get the sense that what they're telling you is in terms of the ritual, specifically Masonic? Are there specific Masonic elements to the rituals themselves that come forth?
Some of the content of the rituals seems to take place in Masonic lodges. So many people talk about altars. Some people talk about black and white floors. Some people talk about pillars in the ceremonial area, and so on. You know, I've had some people who have these memories and try to get a context for them, and because their fathers were Masons, will actually try to get into Masonic lodges so they can look at them and see if the lodges have any semblance, similarity to what they're recalling. Again, ordinary Masons would be appalled at these kind of things. I have absolutely no indication that any ordinary Masonic rituals involve anything even close to child abuse. It's in the deviance inside Freemasonry, and possibly some of these splinter groups that hold the most concern for me. It's entirely plausible for me to imagine, for example, that deviant Freemasons would pull some material from some of the extremist writings of Aleister Crowley, or take some of Crowley's statements about children and sex literally, or some of Crowley's statements about child sacrifice or human sacrifice, and take them literally and build rituals around them. The Crowleyites insist that Crowley was talking metaphorically, but if it's written down, any tradition is going to have fundamentalists and literalists, people who read it and think it's true and then act upon it. And, you know, I have some friends, not close friends, who are Masons, and, you know, this stuff just seems to be wholly outside of their experience. But I've got repeated accounts, and there are accounts similar to the ones that I've gotten right across North America.
Il y a quelques années, le gouvernement australien a mis en place une commission d'enquête sur la pédocriminalité. Elle a rendu son rapport en décembre 2017. Tout comme la Civise en France, les enquêteurs ont recueilli de nombreux témoignages de victimes et survivants lors d'entretiens privés.
I'm Peter McClellan, Chair of the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse. Since we began, the Commission has been contacted by thousands of people. Our commissioners have heard hundreds of individual stories.
Le site internet de la Commission a rendu public de nombreux témoignages de victimes. Chose peu étonnante, nous y retrouvons de graves allégations concernant des groupes de francs-maçons. Le père de Bianca a commencé à la violer dès l'âge de 2 ans. À partir de l'âge de 5 ans, il s'est mis à la conduire dans divers endroits de leur ville où au moins 7 autres hommes l'agressaient sexuellement. Tous ces hommes étaient francs-maçons. Bianca se souvient de la canne maçonnique de son père, de son tablier et d'un livre qu'elle appelait le catéchisme des maçons qu'elle voyait chez elle. Bianca a calmement lu son témoignage devant la commission, décrivant les sévices sexuels que son père lui a fait subir. Elle a décrit avoir été maltraitée par d'autres hommes, en présence ou non de son père. Je savais qu'ils utilisaient du matériel maçonnique. Bâtons, cannes, livres, tabliers. Il y avait aussi un sac spécial avec des choses dedans, dira-t-elle. Les sévices ont cessé lorsqu'elle avait 11 ans. Bianca pense aujourd'hui que son père l'utilisait pour satisfaire ses hommes afin de monter dans la hiérarchie maçonnique. Betty déclare « Il y a une partie de moi à l'intérieur qui est vraiment en colère. Pourquoi les francs-maçons ne sont-ils pas exposés partout dans les journaux ?» Dès son plus jeune âge, Betty a été violée par son oncle. Ce dernier, membre de la franc-maçonnerie locale, l'emmenait régulièrement à sa loge où 3 autres pédocriminels francs-maçons l'attendaient. Dans un écrit remis à la commission d'enquête, Betty affirme que les sévices étaient sexuels, physiques et psychologiques. Des photos pédopornographiques ont été prises. Elle se souvient qu'on la faisait tourner d'une personne à une autre. Aujourd'hui, Betty a beaucoup de mal à se remémorer ses jeunes années d'une manière chronologique et cohérente. Mes mémoires sont des visuels, des odeurs, des sensations corporelles et émotionnelles, mais je n'ai aucun souvenir des voix ou du son. J'ai compartimenté les événements de mon enfance pour pouvoir y faire face. Je me souviens juste des gants, du blanc des gants. L'un d'eux portait tout le temps des gants blancs. Les viols par ces 4 hommes se sont poursuivis jusqu'à ce que Betty atteigne la puberté. La veille de son 4e anniversaire, Arabella raconte comment elle a été emmenée par son oncle à une réunion de loge maçonnique lors de laquelle elle a été violée devant un groupe d'hommes. Arabella a été hantée par ce vécu durant des années, gardant le silence pour protéger ses cousins et craignant les francs-maçons actifs au sein de la police et de la justice. Finalement, vers l'âge de 50 ans, Arabella a appris de la bouche de sa cousine que celle-ci avait elle aussi été violée par son père lors de réunions en loge maçonnique. Des sévices qui se sont passés de l'âge de 2 ans jusqu'à sa puberté. Merrick décrit avoir été violé tout au long de son enfance par de nombreuses personnes, notamment par un ami de son père l'ayant emmené dans une loge maçonnique où d'autres hommes ont pris des photos de lui pendant qu'il subissait les sévices. Merrick pense qu'il s'agissait d'un sous-groupe au sein de la loge.
I was abused by my Freemason father, who was also a Rosicrucian and a member of the Golden Dawn sect. If you think Freemasonry is a charitable organisation, sorry, you need to learn the truth. If you're a perpetrator, if you're a pedophile in this state, you are a protected species. And I know that from personal experience because I've outed many of them and none of them were charged, including my father, who was allowed to die a very comfortable death. And he wasn't just an abuser of children, a perpetrator of sexual abuse and ritual sexual abuse. He was a murderer, and I was a witness to that. Sadly, it's Freemasonry that controls a lot of what happens in our country. On the subject of SRA again, our Prime Minister, Scott Morrison's recently been under full-on attack by the mainstream media for daring to speak about ritual sexual abuse in his sorry speech way back in 2018.
I move that the House apologise to the victims and survivors of institutional child sexual abuse. The crimes of ritual sexual abuse happened in schools, churches, youth groups, scout troops, orphanages, foster homes.
But close observers of the process were taken aback by the use of the phrase ritual sexual abuse.
My father was a Freemason. He was a Satanist, a Luciferian, a Freemason, a Golden Dawn member. My father's grandfather was a man called Joseph Wright, who was the Grand President of the Grand Lodge, and I've been told that's a very, very high up Freemason. Now, my father's mother was an Order of Australia medal recipient, which is like an OBE. She was a JP. She was very high up in politics. So she, and this is going back, you know, when women didn't have any power. So she was a very powerful woman, probably because of who her father was. So I think that there's a family line there that sort of, it's very unlikely that my father would have been born into that family line and not have been abused himself.
All right, so I grew up in Edwardstown in Adelaide of South Australia. I was born in 1973. I had 5 older siblings, 1 younger sibling that I didn't meet until 2012. My older siblings, of those, the eldest, Claire, deceased the day after she received a compensation payout, which is an unusual time for someone to supposedly take their life, but that's what the coroner has assumed. Yeah, and poor Claire, she was saying that someone was trying to kill her for a couple of months before she died, but the coroner won't look into it, so we've lost 1 sibling. My 2 older half-siblings, Ruth and Andrew, corroborate my allegations that our father, Alan Maxwell McIntyre, was a serial pedophile, and that they also were witness to dead bodies, murders and body disposals. So they are 18 and 19 years older than me, respectively. And so their witness experiences were in the 50s and 60s, whereas mine were in the 70s and 80s. They were also peddled off to our father's friends. My abuse included satanic ritual abuse as well. In 1981, when I was approximately 8 years old, I was forced to participate in the mutilation of a little blonde boy who looked to me to be around 6 years old. This occurred in a tunnel system which I believe may be the Sleeps Hill tunnels on the outskirts of Adelaide. The Sleeps Hill tunnels are currently owned by a close relative of Anthony Munro. Also, in the early 1980s, I was taken to an Adelaide Hills location where, including myself, about 9 other children, as well as approximately 50 adults, were witness to the murder of a baby boy of around 10 months old. This murder was conducted by a man whom I have identified as looking remarkably similar to a former Attorney General of South Australia. The baby was handed to this man by a young woman with bright red hair and blue eyes, who was wearing a hooded floor-length green cape. This was the most horrific of the child murders which I was forced to witness as a child. And I won't describe the death of this baby as it's too horrific. However, I will say that the death involved fire and prepared this poor little child's body for consumption by the audience. My father offered some of that poor baby's cooked flesh to me that day, but I refused to eat it. He insisted repeatedly that I try the meat as it was important for the rest of the group to see that I had participated in the ritual, but I refused.
Did you then, were you then regularly sexually abused and abused in this cult-like manner?
Yes, unfortunately.
You lived with him, and your mother lived with you too?
Yes, yes. Unfortunately, my father had an ability to hypnotise her very easily. So it was just a rapid induction technique that he would use. It was very effective. So she would be out to it, and so we'd be abused in front of her and she wouldn't know.
Wow, like that. That's strong. So she was completely gone, like spaced out, while you were being sexually abused by him in front of her.
Yes, and then completely just gobsmacked when she would be brought out and we'd be hysterical and she wouldn't understand why.
So he had special gift in that sense that he could induce this hypnotic state in your mother, who was clearly very receptive to it also. Yeah, so did he do things like that with you and the other children too?
He did, yes. He had a technique with me, which became obsolete at one point, where he would tell me to, everything that had just happened, it would just be locked away. And I would lock my lips, so I wouldn't talk about it. And then I would take the key that had locked my lips and I would swallow it. And then at one point I eventually, and I've spoken about this in many interviews, I eventually said to him, but hang on, how can I open my lips to swallow the key when...
So this is sort of mind control training, where you have a technique to lock away the memories so that it never happened. It's locked away in some part of your being that you have no access to.
Yeah.
So that's, so it's classic mind control training there.
Basically, my father had a lot of friends in the police force, and they did things that weren't right. We as children were offered up to his doctor friends for any experiments they wanted to perform on us. We were involved in child pornography, experimental medicine, you name it. That's what happened. Because my father didn't care about his children. He was a psychopath. He told my sister Ruth, my younger sister, that he only had children and a family as a cover, as a disguise for what he did. So he could have two lives, the family man with children, etc., and then the other life, basically. My father would abduct children, and I'll say this, he used to source his children from the orphanages. They were simply taken out and they were crossed off the list, and then they disappeared. More than about 600 children were reported missing from I think it was the Goodwood orphanage where he used to source his children from, and we're not allowed to know anything about it, okay? Well, my father used to take them to our house right from the late 50s right through to 1965, and he would butcher them in a wooden house down the back. And he would sell their body parts to a friend of his who was the chief surgeon at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. My father used to make pornographic movies with these children that he'd take out of the orphanage. Now, I wasn't there, but my sisters were. And there were animals involved, like dogs, etc. There were people with professional cameras, lighting equipment, those umbrellas that open up to diffuse light, full on child pornography. And that was normal. And there'd be police coming to our house. They were friends of my father.
This week's conference is the 2011 Annual Ritual Abuse, Secretive Organizations, and Mind Control Conference, August 2011 in Connecticut. Some of our goals are to help stop future occurrences of ritual abuse, to help survivors of ritual abuse, to name the groups that have participated in alleged illegal activities, and to unite those working to stop ritual abuse. This weekend, you will get to hear a variety of speakers talk about ritual abuse, secretive organizations, and mind control from different perspectives, showing the possible connections between them. Thanks. Please use caution while listening to this presentation. It may be triggering. All accusations are alleged. The conference is educational and not intended as therapy or treatment. Kristen Constance has a diploma in community welfare and professional counseling. She works with people with disabilities, some who have been abused severely. She is a survivor of alleged Masonic and Order of the Eastern Star ritual abuse within a multi-generational family. She has been healing for 20 years. Her topic is alleged ritual abuse by Freemasons and the Order of the Eastern Star co-Freemasonry in Australia. And now I'd like to introduce Kristen.
My name is Kristen Constance and I'm 43 years old. I was born in Australia. I have a diploma in community welfare and professional counselling, and I work with people with disabilities. I was ritually abused and mind controlled between the ages of 3 and 9 in the eastern states of Australia. Ritual abuse occurs in Australia and is at the core of a criminal stratum that manufactures child pornography. Individuals in these criminal groups have been successfully prosecuted, but the groups themselves and larger networks have not. Survivors in Australia face a number of barriers that prevent them from securing their safety. A former New South Wales policeman who investigated ritual abuse cases said, "As soon as you find someone willing to talk, and they want to talk, they could end up at the bottom of the harbour." There are few effective services available for ritual abuse survivors in Australia. There is also little recognition of ritual abuse by law enforcement and government agencies. Although Australia has recognised ritual abuse as a legitimate reason to gain refugee status, it could only boast a handful of court prosecutions that can prove the link between child sexual abuse and devil worship. Ritual abuse includes satanic ritual abuse, but is not limited to only that. In 1998, the Australian Refugee Tribunal accepted a German ritual abuse survivor as a refugee. The tribunal stated, quote, that the German government has been ineffective in stopping their illegal activities, unquote. Perhaps ritual abuse only takes place in other countries. A survey in Melbourne, Australia, identified 153 cases of ritual abuse between 1985 and 1995. 98 social workers, psychologists and counsellors contributed to this survey. 38 people from Australia filled out the extreme abuse survey. 55% of them reported ritual abuse and mind control. I was one of them. Michael Salter, who wrote a chapter in Ritual Abuse in the 21st Century, has just completed a PhD last year. The title of his work is Adult Accounts of Organised Child Sexual Abuse in Australia. In his study, he interviews 15 ritual abuse survivors, and I was one of them. In the interview that was conducted, I describe in more detail the process of colour programming under a pseudonym. I interviewed a reputable psychologist in Australia who has worked with survivors over a 20-year period. She has seen approximately 20 clients who say they have been ritually abused and mind controlled. Out of those 20 survivors, 2 of them have allegedly been abused by Freemasons. My grandfather was a 33rd degree Mason who belonged to several Masonic lodges. He and my grandmother founded a chapter of the Order of the Eastern Star in the suburbs of Sydney. I have been in therapy for 20 years now, 16 with my present therapist. The most difficult part of my recovery has been healing from a left-right colour program split that regularly dissociates me. I started having trouble with my memory in my second year of studying nursing when I was 18 and I could not pass my exams. I started remembering incest when I was 24 and the ritual abuse and mind control not long after that. I have been hospitalised on 3 occasions. On my first time in the psychiatric ward of one of the major teaching hospitals on the west coast of Australia, I was diagnosed with having a brief reactive psychosis, Hashimoto's hypothyroidism, and an abnormal EEG indicative of temporal lobe epilepsy. I had forgotten to eat or drink that day and I could not stop crying and I drove myself to hospital. My first psychiatrist gave me a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder, but she quickly changed that to dissociative identity disorder as the alters made themselves known. Not long after the diagnosis, I tried to commit suicide in a park opposite a Masonic building. I survived taking 3 bottles of pills. I swallowed a bottle of anti-anxieties, a packet of antidepressants, and a bottle of antipsychotics. I did not even go to sleep. I consider myself lucky because my family moved from the east coast to the west coast of Australia when I was 9. And as a result, the ritual abuse by cult members stopped. Other types of abuse continued, but being taken in the middle of the night to attend rituals stopped. My sister, who is 7 years older than me, also has memories of ritual abuse. One day when I was 26, she asked me if I remembered the underground chambers. I replied yes. She then asked if I remembered the children crying. I said no, but I know they were there in the other rooms. My sister does not remember as much as I, but I am sure she has a lot more damage than me. She did not leave the east coast of Australia until she was 16. My sister believes that she has been through a process which Scientologists call PDH, or pain drug hypnosis. She believes that some organisations use the technique of applying pain with drugs accompanied with hypnotic suggestions. These suggestions or commands are also known as implants. Scientologists have been describing this process since the 1950s. When my sister has had sessions on the galvanic skin response monitor, or e-meter, that Scientologists use, she had readings that suggested she has experienced hypnosis in her past. The skin response monitor is basically a biofeedback machine that gives instant feedback of a client's state of relaxation and immediate emotional reactions. Just before coming to the conference, my sister said she had read positive on the e-meter to memories of being raped on the altar, having electric shock treatment, seeing men in black robes, and being forced to drink blood and eat human feces. I also consider myself lucky because 17 years ago, when I confronted my mother and father with the ritual abuse, my mother said she was not involved with that. But here is the suitcase of your grandfather's Masonic paraphernalia. She has apologised for not being a good mother to me. I think this is the closest acknowledgement of the abuse I will get. This suitcase has confirmed so much for me. It has copies of passwords, hand signals, and ritual information for the Freemasons, along with aprons, jewels, and medals that my grandfather and grandmother wore at meetings. I had remembered the colours of the star, and my altars coincided with the points of the star. I felt like I had found the key. On the Order of the Eastern Star emblem, red is on the top left point of the star, and blue is on the top right point. In my mind, red had control of the left side of my body, and blue had control of the right side of my body. The emblem was found on paraphernalia that could be found throughout my grandfather's house. I have integrated 26 personalities during my years in therapy. I only have 2 left that are being stubborn and demand more answers before they integrate. I have integrated animal altars, which were mostly cats and tigers. My animal altars helped me survive basic life and death situations. My tigers supported me during starvation and imprisonment. My left red split took all the pain, and my right blue split was strong and continued to get stronger. I still have many unanswered questions about my abuse, and hence my need to travel to find more information. During the height of my disability, I could not work for over 10 years, but now I am working full-time in the disability field. I remember being in cages, electric shocks, being cut, raped, photographed, drugged, hypnotised, starved, light deprived, beaten, oxygen deprived, and sleep deprived. I have been put in coffins with spiders. I have participated in rituals inside halls and in outside bush settings. I have been tied to altars. I have participated in mock births and deaths. I remember trapdoors in halls and have been taken numerous times in the middle of the night to attend rituals. I have been cut, pricked, and pierced for bloodletting to be used in rituals. I have sustained type 4 damage of female genital mutilation, which is the least kind of damage that can be sustained, according to the World Health Organization. The colour programming I went through took place in underground chambers. Each room had a different colour, and different programming was perpetrated in them. Colours seemed to correspond with the points of the Eastern Star: blue, yellow, white, green, red, and black in the middle. The red room had a light, a gurney, a table full of torture instruments and electric shock equipment. The right side of my body was covered up, while experiments with electricity took place on the left side of my body. Electrodes were placed on my joints and produced crippling pain that I experience to this day. My head was free as they whispered things into my ears, and electric shocks were applied to each temple. This was how red was created and reinforced. A woman asked me programming questions, and no matter how I answered, I was always wrong. I dissociated many times. Red and her alters appear to be a groundwork for a sexual victim that can be passive to pain under any circumstance. She tolerated many blood rituals and rapes and feels most of my pain. In the blue room, there was a blue light, a gurney, electric shock equipment, buckets and a sink. The left side of my body was covered up and the right side of my body received electric shocks. The shocks were applied to my muscles and I often felt stronger after these sessions. Blue appeared to be a personality created to obey orders and feel no pain. She can be very angry and aggressive and will do whatever it takes to survive. I feel mostly programmed as these two colours, and my sister feels more programmed as white. I do not understand what they were trying to achieve with a left red and a right blue colour split, but I hope to find more answers. I became aware of the red-blue split early in my therapy, near 20 years ago. As I became more co-conscious through therapy, I came to understand how they controlled each side of the body. I have researched 5 sources of information from survivors who have been colour programmed. There are strong similarities between the colours. Blue is described as protective, does not experience pain, does not get hurt, strong and sometimes military. Red is described as sexually abused, participating in blood rituals and used as a sex slave. I don't know if everyone programmed by the Masons receives this basic type of colour groundwork. I suspect that according to personality type, certain colours are accentuated and worked on. Perhaps order of birth has some influence over which colour is accentuated. I don't understand what they were trying to do or what they were trying to create. I tend to wonder about what their master plan was meant to be. Red experiences pain from my left ankle, knee, hip, elbow, ear and eye, and left temporal lobe. When I have been triggered, I end up curled up in front of the heater on my left side, in pain. I experience my right blue side as unaffected by the abuse. I don't have as many nightmares as I used to, but I am still having sleeping problems. I have not been able to sustain many relationships, but I am proud of an ever-growing circle of friends. I have never wanted children. I have always wondered why people would want to bring children into this world. I assumed all children would be hurt and have chosen not to have any. The methods that have helped me the most in my healing include Gestalt therapy, massage and exercise. I am doing a lot of walking and cross-training at the moment, so both sides of my brain can learn to work together. It seems a very long process for both my left and right hemispheres to learn to communicate and coordinate together. The left side of my body has sustained a lot of injury. My brain seems willing to sacrifice the left side of me for my ultimate survival. The ritual abuse stopped when my family moved to the other side of Australia, but incest and abuse did continue till I moved out of home when I was 18. My father is alcoholic and my mother continues to live in denial, although she will answer my questions when she can. My sister continues to struggle with her mental health. Today I continue to work as a disability support worker and my therapy is coming to a close. I have come to the realisation that I may never be fully integrated, but co-consciousness has helped me achieve many goals that I never thought possible, like attending this conference. My greatest achievement has been pure survival, and anything that happens now is a bonus. Thank you for listening to my story, and I will now show you some slides. Some of the slides may be triggering, so please take care of yourself. The first slides are some of the objects and documents from the infamous suitcase I inherited, and the later slides show my representation of the underground chambers that abuse took place in.
I'd like to present our first speaker, Dr. Randy Noblet. He is a clinical psychologist in private practice. He is has developed a lot of expertise, somewhat against his will, in the area of ritual and cult abuse. He's the author of a book to be published in August entitled Cult and Ritual Abuse, Its History, Anthropology, and Recent Discovery in Contemporary America. So without further ado, here's Dr. Noblet.
Some of you may be wondering, though, at this point, okay, mind control, what does that have to do with cults? Since that word is associated with the topic for this conference, I wonder how many people out there think that there are groups, cults, whatever, where they practice, let's say, harmful, deviant, black magic, Satanism, not witchcraft in the sense of Wicca, but dark arts, so to speak. I wonder how many people think that. And some of you might be wondering, what is the connection between cults, witchcraft, Satanism, so on, and the mind control that you're going to be hearing a great deal about from the finest experts on that subject here. And that's an important point. And I'm hoping that if we accomplish one thing in this conference, it is that we get a clear sense about what is the connection, because there is a connection. But actually, this is an old story. And it's a story of trauma. It's a story of slavery. It's a story of the complete annihilation of other human beings when you can get away with it. It's a very, very sad story and has a long history. We can hear about that story and read about it in old documents, such as the Bible. The Bible talks about children passing through the fire. It talks about horrible things happening. And of course, many people may have just thought, well, that's kind of an interesting story, you know. What does it mean? What does it mean that Aztecs and that other Mesoamericans would flay people on an altar and consume their heart? What's that all about? Well, my argument is there's a thread that goes all through this. And if we want to go back in time, we can go all the way back to the worship of nature, shamanism, and so on. Trauma has always been viewed throughout history as a way of creating altered states of consciousness. Trauma, there are a variety of ways to create altered states of consciousness. Obviously, you can meditate, you can do hypnosis, you can listen to drums pounding and they'll kind of carry you off and you'll drift a little bit. But nothing really exciting happens. Nothing very impressive happens. It's my belief that many, many years ago, people learned that if you traumatize a person in a certain way, you can create the God that you worship. And so for that reason, many early religions, many very old religions included trauma in their worship. In fact, there's a book out, some of you may have seen it, it's called God is a Trauma. And it's particularly about some of the Gnostic traumatic practices that went back into ancient times. But we can carry this back even further than, say, the ancient times, ancient medieval times, back to, again, shamanism. Now, it's hard really to understand shamanism in detail now, the ancient version, because, again, many of these practices are pre-literate. We have no way to know exactly what people did. We just see these examples, for example, in the Mayan temples, and we know that these buildings were probably used for these purposes. But it's a little easier to understand it if we look into the shamanistic practices of modern times. For example, I wonder how many people here are familiar with the sun-gazing dance, or the sun dance, as it's called. Some of you are, okay. Well, this is still practiced in North America. Some of you may have seen the movie that came out some, I guess, 20 years ago, A Man Called Horse. And in the movie, I thought it was totally fictional, because I didn't think you could ever get anybody who would agree to be lifted up but with hooks stuck in their pectoral muscles. I didn't figure a big line would establish with people waiting to do that. And I assumed it was totally fictional, but as it turns out, I was doing some reading on shamanism, and I read a modern day account. I saw photographs of them doing the sun dance now, the sun gazing dance. Again, the idea is very simple, and I'll be talking about this more when I get into more programming in particular. To me, this is where programming begins, where people perhaps learned accidentally that the use of trauma and other kinds of ritual acts can produce dissociated states, can produce dissociated identities. That is, you can produce the deity, and many villages may have wanted to have their deity there, and it may have been a great honor for some child to go through these horrible procedures so that the village could have their deity right there with them. Well, through time, these practices passed through some changes, but not a whole lot. Many of you are probably aware of the mystery cults that existed around the Mediterranean during the ancient and up until the medieval times. Many of these involved traumatic rituals as well. And so now we have many people making allegations that some of the modern day remnants of these mystery cults, that is the fraternal organizations of modern times, engage in this kind of behavior as well.
Voici un document rare montrant le 33e degré Henry Clausen affirmer face caméra que le rite maçonnique écossais est la continuité directe des antiques cultes à mystère, tout en nous confirmant, chose extrêmement rare de la part d'un franc-maçon, que ces cultes à mystère se sont vautrés dans la sorcellerie et les pratiques orgiaques.
The modern Scottish rite of the mother jurisdiction has found the keys to esoteric knowledge, and therefore it is the direct, true descendant and the survivor of the ancient mysteries. We pursue, preserve, and teach the ancient wisdom and esoteric knowledge. The Scottish rite of the mother jurisdiction, on the other hand, retained, reinforced, and expanded both goals, societal and spiritual. But we also search for an ultimate mystic union with the deity, and for that purpose we reveal and apply in our degrees from the 4th to the 33rd the ancient wisdom, esoteric knowledge that comes to us over long, drifting centuries. The powers, forces, and energies can be discovered if we search deeply enough. They were to be found in all parts of the world, such as the mysteries of Isis and Osiris in Egypt, the Mithraic mysteries of the Persians, the Orphic and Bacchic and later Eleusinian mysteries of Greece, the mysteries of Samothrace and Chaldea, the mysteries of India, the Druidical mysteries, the Gothic and Scandinavian mysteries, and others. The ancient mysteries later fell into a perverted decline and were replaced with the ceremonial sorcery, incantations in lieu of divine magic. Also were filled with indescribable practices in the orgies of Bacchus.
J'affirme qu'aujourd'hui, bon nombre de frères de loge se vautrent également dans les pires pratiques occultes, notamment sorcellerie, pédosatanisme et sacrifice de sang. En interne, les grands maîtres connaissent pertinemment l'existence de ces arrière-loges aux infâmes pratiques initiatiques. Embourbés dans le culte du secret, il est devenu difficile, voire impossible pour la secte maçonnique de nettoyer la crasse des caves ayant formé le monstrueux égrégore.
In any case, there is a clear connection between the use of trauma in a ritualized manner and the development of dissociated individuals, the individuals that are coming forth that we're seeing nowadays clinically. We also will have some mothers who are protective mothers who are doing their best to try to protect children in extremely abusive environments. And they're finding out that the government, who is supposed to protect them, is doing just the opposite. We'll have time to talk about that as well. This is one of the great tragedies, is that something horrible is going on, but the people that we all should be able to trust to help us don't seem to be doing their job. And that is why it is my belief that we must have a citizens movement to correct this terrible wrong.
Entre deux enquêtes en Afrique du Sud et en Amérique latine, un rapporteur spécial de l'ONU fait escale à Paris.
J'ai appris qu'il y avait en France du trafic et de la prostitution touchant les enfants et que cela constituait un problème inquiétant. Il y a eu aussi des plaintes et des dénonciations précises de mères qui se disent poursuivies par des groupes pouvant être assimilés à des mafias ou à des loges organisant la pornographie infantile.
These practices can begin in early childhood and knowingly utilize the mind's capacity to dissociate from terrifying experience and relegate traumatic memories into discrete personality states. The perpetrators deliberately use methods that will induce amnesic states in the victims so as to conceal the activities of the group. Since 1999, my own research as an art historian has been examining the work of some leading Western artists and creative writers who may be telling us more about these practices. The work grew out of the discovery that in my own artwork as a professional artist, I'd been unconsciously illustrating similar practices undergone in childhood in my father's Masonic lodge. Fortunately, before he died, my father confessed to me that he had belonged to a cult that used Masonic rites on children.
Son père, qui était lui-même franc-maçon et rosicrucien, a abusé d'elle lorsqu'elle était toute petite. Voici quelques extraits de son témoignage. Alors que les années étaient passées, je me suis souvenu des abus sexuels de mon père lorsque j'étais enfant. Je découvrais aussi que les abus sexuels et l'inceste étaient tissés à travers l'histoire de la famille sur au minimum 3 générations. De l'extérieur, ma famille semblait tout ce qu'il y a de plus normal. Mais le poids accumulé de cette histoire familiale, chargée de traumatismes et de tensions, était un lourd fardeau à porter pour chaque génération. Au cours de ces dernières années, alors que les énigmes de ma propre expérience étaient résolues, j'ai essayé de leur parler de ce que je me souvenais. Heureusement pour moi, ma mère a été capable de se rappeler la nuit où mon père m'a violé, à l'âge de 4 ans, et donc de valider les déclarations de sa fille. Cependant, l'abus rituel était au-delà de leur compréhension, ce qui se comprend à bien des égards. En milieu d'année 2004, mon père a commencé à développer la maladie d'Alzheimer. Durant la période initiale des troubles, dans un état altéré de conscience, il a commencé à me parler du côté obscur de son implication maçonnique. Il m'a alors avoué qu'il était au courant de l'existence de certains groupes qui utilisaient les rituels maçonniques dans des contextes de violence pour initier des enfants. Il m'a déclaré « Il existe beaucoup de ces groupes, il y a beaucoup de gens qui sont au courant, mais ils n'en parlent pas car c'est embarrassant. » Il avait avec moi des alternances de conversations cohérentes, dans lesquels il me parlait de son implication avec d'autres hommes dans ces groupes, parfois le soir, il parvenait à sortir de la maison de retraite et il se mettait alors à grimper aux arbres, à la manière d'un militaire en mission pour, croyait-il, observer les activités du culte afin de sortir les enfants de la secte. Cette mission stratégique a duré pendant 2 semaines, jusqu'à ce qu'il ait cru avoir récupéré chacun des enfants. Après quoi, il a semblé être très satisfait de ce qu'il avait accompli, et tous les signes de son agitation intérieure se sont calmés. Les mémoires concernant les activités maçonniques irrégulières étaient clairement à attribuer à une certaine partie de son psychisme qui normalement n'est pas accessible à la conscience. Et elle s'était peut-être à ce moment-là entrelacée avec ses expériences de guerre. Il est possible qu'en soulevant cette question-là, j'avais plongé mon père dans un conflit intérieur, ces pertes de mémoire ayant commencé juste après ma confrontation avec lui. Cependant, sa brève période d'honnêteté envers moi a sans aucun doute contribué à un processus de guérison mutuelle. Cette confession, combinée avec la connaissance de l'ordre maçonnique que j'ai pu acquérir, a réorienté mon attention afin qu'elle ne repose plus sur une colère envers l'homme lui-même. Je suis aujourd'hui amené à comprendre les principes qu'il y a derrière ces pratiques magiques séculaires, qui divisent le psychisme de ces hommes en deux. D'une part des citoyens et des hommes dévoués, et de l'autre la plus puérile, absurde et cruelle des créatures humaines.
I only can speak for myself, and I go back to 18 months when they wanted to make sure that they splintered my mind. My father was my primary programmer, but he was also my father. And when I was born, I was isolated with my father in a small room within the environment of our own home, where my dad became my primary care provider. I looked up to my father. My father, by the time I was 18 months, because he was a programmer, could control my liver, my kidneys, my heartbeat, my pulse, my respiration.
And how did he accomplish that?
Through hypnosis, because I was so trauma bonded to him. My survival depended totally on him. I was not exposed to the outside world. He was my handler in every sense of the word. He fed me. He bathed me. He conditioned me to his voice. He always told me he could control me. Then when I was 18 months old, I was taken from him, which was a shock for me, because I had never been separated from my father. And my first trauma came when I was raped by him.
Do you feel your father was also a victim of programming?
Oh, I have no doubt in my mind that my father was a multiple. My father was he was a genius at every level, but he had a gentle side. He was a musician as well as Satanist, and like I said, he worked for the CIA. He was a 33rd degree Mason plus. There's many levels beyond 33, by the way. He was a Grand Master. He sat on the Grand Druid Council. He was a very wise man, just not wise in the right things.
Do you think he had a choice in the matter?
No, I don't, because it was generational.
Mm-hmm.
We came from a generational family, and he was trapped as I was trapped. The good side of my father that loved his family, worked in the workplace, was in the military. I mean, there was a real positive part about my father. He was a people lover. He loved people, and people loved him. But I think that there was a time in my father's life when he realized what he was and what he was doing. I think that the barriers within his own mind, within his own multiplicity, had broken down to a point that he knew, that he also knew that he was in over his head. It would cost him his life to move away or to change directions because he was too far in.
Le monde occulte n'a jamais cessé de briser et de programmer les esclaves dans un processus de dissociation psychique. Ce savoir s'est transmis jusqu'au monde moderne par le biais des sociétés secrètes dites initiatiques. Le comte de Cagliostro, de son vrai nom Giuseppe Balzano, est reconnu comme ayant établi la maçonnerie égyptienne sur le vieux continent. Il est en effet le fondateur du rite de Mizraïm, ou égyptien, essentiellement focalisée sur les anciens mystères. Il s'agit de la maçonnerie hermétique et ésotérique. Cagliostro, qui voulait ressusciter les mystères d'Isis, s'adonnait aux pratiques de magie, notamment à la science funeste des évocations d'esprits et de démons. Pour cela, il utilisait des jeunes filles qui l'exaltaient jusqu'à l'extase pour leur faire rendre des oracles. Cagliostro nommait ses prêtresses médiums les colombes, en référence aux colombes dodoniennes, prêtresses du temple de Jupiter de l'Italie primitive. Rappelons ici le témoignage de Maud Julien, dont le père franc-maçon visait à faire d'elle, je cite, « un être supérieur ». Une élue, une déesse, capable de circuler entre les univers et de communiquer avec les morts. Pour cela, l'entraînement infligé par le père était purement de la torture physique et psychologique, la réduisant à l'état de robot. Cet homme avait très probablement eu accès dans sa loge maçonnique à certaines connaissances ésotériques relatives au processus dissociatif, et il tentait une mise en pratique hautement coercitive sur sa propre fille. Nous constatons que la franc-maçonnerie est un facteur commun dans beaucoup de témoignages relatifs à la culture et l'entretien du trouble dissociatif de l'identité et de ses murs amnésiques, résultant de l'inceste et des tortures. Cela à des fins de contrôle mental et d'exploitation sexuelle. Touchons-nous ici à certaines pratiques occultes des antiques cultes à mystère, ravivées par une obscure maçonnerie que certains qualifieront de déviante.
Votre père n'avait qu'un but, vous endurcir pour faire de vous un être supérieur, pour que vous deveniez l'élu. Vous êtes né le 23 novembre 1957 à Lille. Votre père, Louis Didier, est un chef d'entreprise fortuné et respecté qui a été initié à d'obscurs rites maçonniques. En 1936, il a adopté une fillette de 6 ans, issue d'une famille pauvre, en imposant aux parents qu'il ne cherche jamais à la revoir. 22 ans après avoir pris possession de cette femme, qui s'appelle Janine, Louis Didier décide de lui faire un enfant. Cet enfant, c'est vous, Maud. 3 ans plus tard, Louis Didier liquide ses affaires et achète une grande propriété entre Lille et Dunkerque. C'est là qu'il entame la réalisation de son projet, faire de vous un être supérieur, faire de vous l'élu.
Le but de mon père, effectivement, était de faire de moi un surêtre. Il avait pour moi une mission capitale et pour ça, il fallait que j'ai un entraînement physique et psychique pour apprendre à, justement à ce que l'esprit soit plus fort que la matière.
Alors, votre mère, elle, Janine, est conditionnée depuis son plus jeune âge et elle n'offre aucune résistance. Elle dit « Monsieur Didier peut tout voir, un peu comme Dieu qui voit tout ce qu'on fait, quoi. »
C'est important de comprendre que tout ça, c'est le système de l'emprise.
Bien sûr.
Et que le système de l'emprise, c'est quand même un ogre pour qui seul compte son monde mental.
Ouais.
Les autres, ce sont soit des instruments
Ouais.
qui sont servis, soit des obstacles.
Absolument. Et puis il y a la cave. Alors là, quand même, la cave, c'est assez violent. C'est-à-dire qu'il vous réveille en pleine nuit, il vous met assise sur une chaise dans une cave.
Toujours pour pas bouger, mais le but, en fait, pour cette mission capitale à laquelle il me vouait, je devais être capable d'apprendre à circuler entre les univers.
Ouais.
Apprendre à communiquer avec les morts.
Il y a des rats tout autour de vous.
Alors moi, je suis plus phobique et tétanisée par l'idée d'un rat qui puisse grimper sur moi que pour à ce moment-là, les morts, je m'en c'est pas ma préoccupation.
Mais à ce moment-là, quand même, vous appelez la mort. Vous préféreriez être morte
oui.
qu'être assise sur cette chaise, dans cette cave, au
pire.
milieu des rats.
C'est moins pire.
Il y a le test de l'électricité aussi, c'est incroyable. C'est-à-dire qu'il vous demande de tenir un fil électrique, de prendre des décharges pendant 10 minutes. Quoi.
Quand il y a la décharge, c'est ne pas réagir.
À 8 heures, vous allez réveiller votre père, donc, et là, vous devez tenir son pot de chambre pendant qu'il urine, quand même.
Oui.
Donc là, c'est quand même...
J'avais toujours des nausées et tout avec ces odeurs, et j'avais une sensation de dégoût. Mais ce qu'il faut comprendre, c'est que celle que je reprochais et qui se dégoûtait presque, c'était moi de ne pas être capable.
Alors, quand même, le plus troublant, ce sont ces cicatrices sur les cuisses, sur la poitrine, dont vous ne connaissez pas l'origine. Ce sont des rites initiatiques, vous pensez?
Ce qui est certain pour les médecins, c'est qu'elles n'ont pas été faites par des professionnels de la santé, ce qui exclut la thèse de l'accident.
Vous ne le saurez jamais.
Et j'ai bien peur de ne jamais le savoir.
I would be put into a van and taken to Freemasons once a month. There would be other children. Satanic ritual abuse would take place. So there were many men there And I'm not saying every Freemason was a pedophile, but I'm saying at certain levels throughout their hierarchy, they were doing this.
Now, what happened was at the age of 11, my parents separated and I got left with my father. This may surprise you, but that's when my nightmare began, because I was left with my father and brother in that house and they could do whatever they wanted to me. There were no other females around. I tried to take my own life between 11 and 12 and a half, 3 times, but I didn't succeed. And the reason that I tried is because no one cared. No one really wanted to know my story. I used to run up to the phone box at night. Sometimes we didn't have, I couldn't use a telephone at home to ring the police, but I'd dial the number to ring the police and then I'd hang up because I knew the police had been involved and some were involved with my abuse. I knew that because the Freemasons were once a month. They would be taken to one of their lodges once a month. Other children were there and satanic ritual abuse would take place. But equally there were certain days throughout the year or certain weekends when I would be taken to a place out in the country. What would happen there, it was a weekend of celebration for these Freemasons. And this is why I know there were fairly high up people involved, because there were police cars and there were police guarding the entrance. And back in those days, the police cars were black and white. So I saw the police. I knew the police were there. Now, whether they were inside and engaging as well, I don't know, but they knew enough to be protecting the people that were there. It was satanic ritual abuse, so children would be there. So this type of abuse involves offerings, so it's blood, it's animals being killed and sacrificed. Children's lives were taken as well. And in fact, at one point during one of these sessions, I heard my father talking to the Grand Master, who was one of the highest up in the Freemasons, and asking him, saying to him, "Oh look, I'll sacrifice her if you're needing a child of that age." But I was getting a wee bit older, so I wasn't quite as appealing anymore. And I don't know, luckily for me, the Grand Master chose not to have me sacrificed. But there was human sacrifice. Please know that not every Freemason is abusing children or trafficking children. This is a select few who have reached certain levels. So there is chanting, there is ceremonial procedure with all of it. And I knew it was satanic ritual abuse because during the monthly meetings, these men were wearing hoods. This was at the lodge I was taken to. And so the children at these events, I wasn't the only child, there would be a nurse and a doctor there who would check us children out and then drug us. So there would be a needle in our arms, and then we would be laid out in like a circle. So around, you'll see with the Freemasons, there's lots of symbols they use, and one is a compass, but there's a circle embedded in that as well. So the children we would be laid out around that. So it was marked out on the platform we were on, and the Freemasons would come and there would be chanting, and there would be a process that would be undergone, but it was very, very evil and very, very scary. And I know I'm taking a risk saying any of this, but it's time for the truth to be told, and I gain nothing from it apart from helping other beautiful survivors out there know that I believe you. You couldn't make this up. I believe I was born into this family and then highlighted or spotlighted as being a child who could be trafficked. And the grooming and the kind of mind control that took place just was beyond imagination. But please remember, and this is throughout the world, this is not just New Zealand.
Robert Oxnam a siégé pendant plus d'une dizaine d'années à la tête de la prestigieuse institution culturelle américaine, l'Asia Society. Il fait partie de ce que l'on appelle l'élite et côtoyait des gens comme Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, George Bush, etc. Mais il est également multiple, c'est-à-dire que sa personnalité est fractionnée. Il a été diagnostiqué avec un trouble dissociatif de l'identité et a écrit une autobiographie intitulée A Fractured Mind, un esprit fracturé.
Essentially, what MPD or DID is a fracturing of one's identity because of vicious abuse that occurs usually in the first 3 or 4 years of life, before one's identity is completely formed. And it's very understandable, I think, if you think back to that, if you have a combination of acute sexual and physical and emotional abuse.
Il est intéressant de noter que son grand-père n'était autre que Garfield Bromley Oxnam, un important représentant de la communauté protestante américaine, leader de l'American Methodist Church et premier président du Conseil œcuménique des Églises. Le grand-père Oxnam était un ami de l'évangéliste Billy Graham, tous deux militants pour un libéralisme chrétien visant l'établissement d'une religion mondiale, One Church for One World, selon l'écrivain et thérapeute Fritz Springmeier. Garfield Bromley Oxnam et Billy Graham étaient des francs-maçons du 33e degré, impliqués dans les pratiques d'abus rituels sataniques initiatiques et de contrôle mental. John Daniel, dans son ouvrage Two Faces of Freemasonry, indique que le grand-père Oxnam aurait atteint le 3e degré à la Temple Lodge 47 de Greencastle le 22 novembre 1929 et reçu au 33e degré honorifique le 28 septembre 1949. Nous avons donc Fritz Springmeier qui affirmait dans les années 90 que le grand-père Oxnam était un haut initié franc-maçon impliqué dans les rituels traumatiques et le contrôle mental. Des allégations jamais prouvées. Une décennie plus tard, en 2006, nous avons son petit-fils Robert Oxnam qui révèle publiquement qu'il souffre d'un sévère fractionnement de la personnalité, un trouble dissociatif de l'identité, qui est le symptôme typique des conséquences d'abus rituels traumatiques visant le contrôle mental. N'est-ce pas une forte indication que les sources de Springmeier sont fiables et que la famille Oxnam pratiquerait ces horreurs sur sa descendance? On peut penser que Robert Oxnam a subi une programmation basée sur les traumatismes. Suite à de brillantes études, il a très vite été mis en avant dans les grands médias et rapidement propulsé pour obtenir un poste prestigieux et élitiste.
You know, before I was diagnosed with DID, there were all kinds of issues that I found very perplexing. There were blackouts. There were periods of time where I have no memory of what happened. In addition to that, I remember enormous rages. I would be set off and anger would just suddenly well up in me.
Voici quelques extraits de son livre A Fractured Mind. Les gens ont commencé à me faire remarquer que je me parlais régulièrement à moi-même, mais je ne m'en souvenais pas. Il y avait autre chose, quelque chose de récurrent et d'étrange, qui avait commencé bien avant cela, et qui s'était accéléré durant les années 80. Il y avait des trous noirs dans ma mémoire, où j'étais incapable de me souvenir de quoi que ce soit de ce qui s'était passé durant un certain laps de temps. Parfois, lorsqu'un rendez-vous pour un déjeuner était annulé, je sortais à midi, et je revenais vers 15h sans savoir aucunement où j'avais été, ni ce que j'avais fait. Je rentrais fatigué et en sueur, je prenais rapidement une douche, et je retournais au travail. Une fois, lors d'un déplacement à Taïwan, une série de réunions a été annulée pour cause de jours fériés. Je ne me suis plus souvenu de ce que j'avais fait durant près de 3 jours. Je me souviens juste qu'après ce trou de mémoire, j'avais très mal à la tête et ce qui semblait être une brûlure de cigarette au bras. Un fait effrayant était que lorsque j'étais sur mon voilier, que je travaillais dessus, j'étais honnêtement incapable de faire appel à mes connaissances sur la Chine ou l'Asie. J'étais tout simplement une personne complètement différente. Au cours de la thérapie, 11 personnalités altères bien distinctes ont émergé indépendamment les unes des autres. Parmi elles se trouvait Tommy, un jeune garçon colérique, la sorcière, un altère terrifiant, ou encore Bobby et Robbie. Bob était la personnalité dominante, c'est-à-dire la personnalité haute, la personnalité publique, ici, en l'occurrence, un intellectuel brillant qui travaille à l'Asia Society. Dans sa vie publique, Robert Oxnam vaquait à ses occupations et à ses affaires, multipliant les rencontres avec de hauts dignitaires comme le Dalai Lama. Mais cette vie publique ne laissait rien entrevoir de ces profonds troubles de la personnalité. Les traumatismes de l'enfance sont généralement à l'origine du TDI, et Oxnam ne semble pas faire exception. Pendant sa thérapie, un alter nommé Baby a rapporté des mémoires sur des violences durant l'enfance. Il s'agissait de sévères abus sexuels et physiques, toujours accompagnés par ce genre de paroles. « Tu es mauvais, ceci est une punition ». Robert Oxnam a-t-il vécu des abus rituels? A-t-il subi un fractionnement intentionnel de la personnalité durant l'enfance? Fait-il partie d'une de ces familles maçonniques élitistes pratiquant le contrôle mental systématique sur sa descendance? D'où sortait le terrifiant alter sorcière? A-t-il subi une programmation mentale en préparation de la future carrière élitiste dans laquelle il a été rapidement propulsé? Toujours est-il que son cas démontre comment un individu peut avoir un trouble dissociatif de l'identité tout en menant des affaires à un haut poste en maintenant une façade publique tout à fait normale. Est-ce ce à quoi fait référence Fritz Springmeier lorsqu'il parle, je cite, d'esclaves sous contrôle mental totalement indétectables, afin de décrire ces individus volontairement fractionnés et programmés?
It's a very hard thing to talk about because as soon as you broach it, if you don't tell the whole story, you sound like a raving lunatic.
Robert Oxnam is a distinguished international scholar, a specialist on China. Oxnam grew up under great pressure to succeed. His father, a university president. His grandfather, a Methodist bishop and president of the World Council of Churches.
What do you think the Chinese motivation was?
Well, I think that over the past... Robert did not disappoint. Policymakers and journalists like Walter Cronkite sought out his views. While still in his 30s, he was named president of the Asia Society, a renowned cultural and research institution. He was tour guide in China to the rich and influential, like Warren Buffett and Bill Gates. The public, Robert Oxnam, was on top of the world, but inside, there was a combination of deep depression, of anger, occasional rage, and a sense, therefore, that there was glittering success out here and ongoing decay, and it got worse. In the 1980s, he was dogged by alcoholism and bulimia. His first marriage fell apart. He saw a psychiatrist, but his problems, including blackouts, continued. But there were times when you woke up with burns and scratches on your body that you had no idea what caused them. I not only have no idea, I have no memory of the context in which it occurred.
There was another life going on.
There was another life going on.
He would find himself hanging around Grand Central Station in New York, lost in the crowd in a kind of trance. He would hear voices.
The voices were sometimes spoken, and it was startling to hear, "You're bad, you're terrible, you're the worst person who ever lived."
And then, in 1990, at a routine session with his psychiatrist, Dr. Jeffrey Smith, Oxnam suddenly became someone else.
There was a complete change. His eyes kind of fluttered like that, and there was a change in his voice and his demeanor and his movements, and he was really a different person.
Ja, und dazu bei uns im Studio ist jetzt Claudia Flies. Schönen guten Abend.
Guten Abend.
Sie haben gemeinsam mit Frau Igne, die wir im Beitrag gesehen haben, ein Fachbuch über rituelle Gewalt geschrieben. Ja, wir sind schon den ganzen Tag völlig gebeutelt von dieser Methode, die da kleine Kinder zu Robotern macht. Ja, erklären Sie nochmal, wie läuft denn das jetzt genau ab?
Ja, ich könnte ein Beispiel sagen, zum Beispiel, dass ein Kind, das noch relativ klein ist, ganz massiv verletzt wird, bis es das einfach nicht mehr aushalten kann. Also wenn der Schmerz so anhaltend ist und so massiv, dann entsteht eine Spaltung innerhalb der Persönlichkeit und ein anderer Persönlichkeitsanteil hält das weiter aus. Wenn dieser Anteil gleichzeitig, während er entsteht, von Tätern dann mit einem Klang zum Beispiel anfängt zu existieren, ein bestimmter Ton, dann ist das ein sogenannter Auslösereiz. Dieser Anteil spürt den Schmerz, hält aber aus, und wenn dieser Anteil auch noch bedroht wird, wenn du das jetzt nicht aushältst, passiert noch weit Schlimmeres, dann lernt dieser Anteil bei diesem Auslösereiz stillzuhalten und sich nicht zu rühren.
Diese Kinder müssen also lernen, Schmerzen zu erdulden, sexuelle Gewalt zu erdulden. Braucht es dazu immer ein Mastermind, dass diese Kinder immer...
Und dann haben wir festgestellt, dass viele Täter dazu übergegangen waren, die Kinder regelrecht zu foltern, sie abzurichten wie ein Schäferhund auf dem Hundeplatz. Mit Methoden von hungern lassen, dürsten lassen, einsperren, enorme Schmerz zufügen, Elektroschocks, Nadeln überall hin. Ich will das gar nicht im Einzelnen aufzählen. Grausamsten Sachen, die man teilweise kaum sieht hinterher. Da waren die sehr raffiniert, konnten aber, ein Kollege hat das mal auf Englisch gesagt, unrestrained physical terror ausüben. Das heißt, ungehemmten körperlichen Terror, also Folter auf die Kinder, mit dem Ziel, die Kinder auch gezielt zu spalten. Und zwar so, dass der Schmerz unerträglich wird oder der Stress unerträglich wird, das Kind in dissoziativen Zustand geht. Das können die sehr schnell merken, wenn ein Kind dann so glasige Augen kriegt oder die Augen schließt oder wegdriftet, plötzlich keinen Schmerz mehr fühlt, erstarrt, erschlafft, was auch immer. Und die sagen dann, gleich wird der Schmerz aufhören, dann wirst du die Augen aufmachen und die Augen aufmacht, wird Jasmin heißen zum Beispiel und Jasmin wird alles tun, was ich sage. So schaffen die Täter bestimmte Anteile. Diese Jasmin wird dann zum Beispiel angesprochen. Jasmin, komm raus. Und wenn jemand schon angefangen hat zu wechseln und auf Außenreize zu reagieren, dann gibt es einen Anteil Jasmin, der sagt, ah ja, was soll ich machen? Und nur weiß, hinter mir sind rasende Schmerzen, aber das hat jetzt aufgehört und ich bin dankbar dem Mann, der mir das ermöglicht hat, dass die Schmerzen aufhören und ich mache alles, was der will. Ich sehe solche Anteile manchmal in der Therapie. Hast du mich jetzt gekauft, sagt ein Kind. Was soll ich machen? Soll ich mich ausziehen? Mit glasigen Augen. Dieses Kind hat das absolut gelernt. Das ist darauf trainiert. Und, oder wenn ein Kind wimmernd vor mir zusammenbricht und sagt, der Aussucher kommt gleich, der Aussucher, muss ich jetzt gleich in den Käfig? Und man sieht, dass diese Kinder das erlebt haben. Wenn sie gezwungen wurden, in irgendwelchen Zusammenhängen anderen was zu tun. Das Spektrum ist wirklich groß, ja? Also sie mussten ein anderes Kind aussuchen, das gequält wird. Sie mussten dieses Kind selber dem was tun. Dann kriegen sie immer gesagt von den Tätern, du bist böse. Einerseits werden sie gezwungen und vielleicht wird das sogar in unterschiedlichen Teilidentitäten. Dass dem einen Kind sagte, toll, du hast das gut gemacht, dass du jetzt dieses Kind so abgerichtet hast. Das hast du richtig gemacht. Dem anderen Kinderanteil sagen sie, was bist du für ein böses Kind? Du hast ja den Teufel im Leib. Nur wir haben dich unter Kontrolle. In dieser Gesellschaft wirst du verurteilt. Wir haben dich gefilmt, da gibt es jetzt ein Video von. Wenn das die Polizei kriegt, dann kommst du ins Gefängnis. Die sind voll mit Schuldgefühlen, mit Entsetzen, zu was sie alles genötigt wurden. Und viele denken, ich muss das gewollt haben. Ich bin ganz schrecklich, ich bin ein ganz furchtbarer Mensch. Und das schmiedet sie wieder mehr an die Tätergruppe. Viele Leute, die zu uns kommen, da sehen wir die über längere Zeit und wir merken ganz genau, ja, das ist dieser Person passiert. Ja, es gibt auch externe Validität über Geschwister, Freunde, eine Tante hat es bestätigt, der Kinderarzt hatte entsprechende Aufzeichnungen und. Und am Schluss machen die Täter das meistens so, dass sie dafür bestimmte Signale setzen. Zeichen, bestimmte Musik, Worte, Buchstabenzahlen, Kombinationen, Sätze, irgendwelche inneren Reime. Und auf diese Codes reagieren die Opfer dann automatisiert, indem sie eine bestimmte Teilidentität nach vorne katapultiert haben. Da können die in ihrem Altersbewusstsein gar nichts gegen machen. Ich habe das schon mal gehört, dass Leute sich über die Augenbraue wischen als Gegenüber und sofort war ein bestimmtes Zeichen. Oder dass sie so den Finger vor den Mund legen und sofort war Schweigen. Das kann man alles konditionieren. Die machen sich eine eigene Ideologie und die hat immer etwas damit zu tun, wir sind die eigentlichen Herrscher der Welt. Diese helle Gesellschaft ist lächerlich, wir sind die eigenen Herrscher. Wir übernehmen auch die Herrschaft. Wir können über Leben und Tod entscheiden. Wir fürchten weder den Tod noch Schmerzen. Wir bilden unsere Leute zu eiskalten Killern aus. Im Inneren, das ist ja organisierte Kriminalität, sind so familiäre Strukturen. Und dann immer weiter nach außen sind dann äußere Strukturen. Ganz außen sind die Kunden.
Eigenlijk hadden we de neiging om al die verklaringen die we binnenkregen aan de kant te schuiven. Te heftig, te controversieel. Maar we vroegen ons ook af, hoe kunnen het er zoveel zijn als dit niet bestaat? Hebben alle invullers soms dezelfde therapeut gehad? Of dezelfde praatgroep? Dat is niet het geval. We hebben een analyse gemaakt van 140 vragenlijsten met rituele kenmerken. En meer dan 40 mensen vertellen over misbruik dat de afgelopen 10 jaar plaatsvond. Daar zitten ook mensen tussen die vertellen over een netwerk waar ze nu nog in zouden zitten. Meer dan 3/4 van de invullers is gediagnosticeerd met DIS, dissociatieve identiteitsstoornis. Wat vroeger een meervoudige persoonlijkheidsstoornis werd genoemd. Dat geldt ook voor Marinke.
Wat ik van merk is dat ik stukken tijd kwijt ben. Aan dingen geen herinneringen heb. Stel, er ligt tekenwerk waarvan ik gewoon zeker weet, ik heb niet getekend. En dat ligt er allemaal met een tekening die af is of half af is. Ik weet wel dat ik op een gegeven moment geconfronteerd werd met diagnose DIS. En dat ik er toen nog zeker een jaar heel hard tegenaan heb geschopt. Ik wil het gewoon niet.
Als ik kijk naar de cliënten die ik behandel en ook de literatuur die daarover bekend is, is het een gevolg van ernstig trauma in de vroege kindertijd.
Christel Kraai is klinisch psycholoog bij GGZ Centraal. Ze is één van de experts die ons heeft geholpen bij het opstellen van onze vragenlijst. Al meer dan 10 jaar ziet ze cliënten met DIS. Zo'n 15 daarvan vertellen over ritueel misbruik.
Ik behandel mensen die echt helemaal uit het netwerk zijn. Ik behandel mensen die nog steeds onder druk staan van het netwerk, maar wel echt veilig kunnen blijven. Dus die wel mailtjes of sms'en krijgen, maar daar niet meer op ingaan. En ik behandel ook mensen die echt nog door het netwerk benaderd worden en misbruikt en mishandeld worden.
De gruwelijkheden die ze vertellen vertonen opmerkelijke overeenkomsten.
De feestdagen zijn natuurlijk een soort van overeenkomst. Of het dan Paas is, of Pinksteren, of Kerst, of Hemelvaart. Maar ook allerlei dagen die niet zo vanuit het christendom zijn, maar meer dingen als volle maan, seizoenswisselingen. Dat de dagen zijn waarop de meest nare dingen plaatsvonden.
Het is ook iets wat in onze vragenlijsten terugkomt.
Er waren gezangen en vaak veel kaarsen. Er was soms een altaar waarop iemand werd vastgebonden. Aan elke punt van de tafel was dan een kaars. Er werden vaak christelijke feestdagen nagespeeld, maar dan om ermee te spotten. Kruisigingen bijvoorbeeld. Er was een soort reinigingsritueel. Elke keer als ik naar huis mocht, dan werden er glasscherven in mijn vagina ingebracht. Er werden vruchtbaarheidsrituelen uitgevoerd. Meisjes moesten zwanger worden. Er werden offers gebracht.
En er is nog iets dat slachtoffers van ritueel misbruik gemeen hebben.
Ik noem dat mind control. Mensen met een achtergrond van ritueel misbruik, die hebben veel meer hersenspoelingen, zou je kunnen zeggen. Ze noemen dat zelfs soms ook programma's die aan kunnen gaan en die heel typisch gedrag laten zien die eigenlijk bij mensen met DIS zonder die achtergrond eigenlijk niet zo zichtbaar is. Wat er over verteld wordt, is dat er sprake is van een soort training. Meer een soort conditioneren, dat als A gezegd wordt, dat B gedaan moet worden.
Onze invullers vertellen over trainingen door middel van waterboarden, elektroshocks, lichtflitsen, ronddraaien, liedjes herhalen of opsluiten.
Programmeringen die wij hebben zijn terugkomprogramma's, terugkeren naar de groep op specifieke dagen, zelfmoordprogramma's, automutilatieprogramma's en programma's om verwarring te zaaien wanneer ik iets vertel over de groep wat niet mag.
Zo'n programma gaat bijvoorbeeld aan als iemand zegt: je kunt me vertrouwen, zodat een slachtoffer juist niet gaat praten. Of bij een bepaald plaatje in combinatie met een specifiek woord. Dat betekent dan dat iemand direct moet komen. Anders volgt straf.
Alsof er van buitenaf een knopje wordt ingedrukt waardoor iemand gaat handelen zonder dat iemand daar nog regie over heeft. Wat ik dan zie is een cliënt die op een soort monotone manier reageert. Een beetje soldaterig, zou je kunnen zeggen.
Toen we hier voor het eerst over hoorden, dachten we ook: nu wordt het te bont. Maar het afgelopen jaar hebben we tijdens onze ontmoetingen van alles zien gebeuren. Mensen die ineens proberen weg te lopen. Die zichzelf proberen te snijden als ze de naam van een dader hebben genoemd.
Uw cliënten zijn voor de buitenwereld hele gewone mensen met gewone banen.
Ja, hele gewone mensen met gewone banen. Ja.
Die eens in de week bij u komen.
Ja.
En u neemt die verhalen toch ook dusdanig serieus dat u tegen ons zei van nou, ik zou die best wel eens onderzocht willen hebben.
Ja, want ik zit in een positie, in mijn rol kan ik niet doen aan waarheidsvinding. Dat is soms frustrerend. Met name omdat er wel een mening is in de maatschappij over dat dit soort dingen niet zouden bestaan. En daar lijden cliënten van mij ook onder.
Het zal inmiddels wel duidelijk zijn dat we de handschoen hebben opgepakt. We beginnen met het zoeken naar de gemene deler in de verhalen. Bijna alle 140 invullers van onze vragenlijst geven aan dat ze door een familielid in het netwerk zijn gebracht. Meestal hun vader of hun moeder. Allemaal krijgen ze drugs toegediend. Bijna allemaal werken ze gedwongen in de prostitutie. Er wordt kinderporno gemaakt en martelporno.
Het gaat echt over tientallen overlappende verklaringen. Bijna 100 mensen hebben het over misbruik op specifieke feestdagen. 2/3 heeft het over mannen en vrouwen in gewaden. Zwart, paars, rood of wit.
Yes, well, I'm a survivor myself. My abuse started in the 40s, and that was, World War II. And so obviously some of the first things that I saw were a mixture of people who were involved in military and were in college settings who were doing that kind of experimentation. And also there were connections with there were Masonic connections. But in the time that I was given mentorship, I was told there was something called the pantheistic occult, and that essentially what that meant is that there are all different systems under which mind control can be perpetrated. What the pantheistic occult basically meant was that it doesn't really matter what the belief system is. It depends on the person's adaptability, their way they respond to issues of power, and you move your way up depending on your adaptability. So that you may never know that there is a group larger than the one that you're involved in, or you may, depending on how you move through the system and also how the people who are in contact with you move through the system. For example, the people who were teaching me about the pantheistic occult were directly involved in what was called a Dionysian sect. And that they explained that had gone from pre-Christian times. And essentially most of what they were doing is political blackmail. And there were systems of belief that had to do with political blackmail. So, for example, the use of the children had to do with, having them adapted to sex, and then you could, for example, photograph or film people who you wanted to blackmail in the sex act with children, which was very easy to manipulate them. So that, for example, since I was born into a generational system, there were people there who talked about the occult tradition, and they traced themselves back, like I said, to the Dionysians, which is pre-Christian, and they had a whole occult tradition, and they interpreted history, and they had stories about all of the different things that happened up through the movements of their group. The stories that I was told about, for example, the Dionysian sect, the oldest laws that were ever passed against ritual abuse happened in Rome pre-Christ, and they were made against the very Dionysian sects that were still in operation in the 40s and 50s, which I'm assuming are still in operation now. And the reason the laws were made against, and it was known that in the rituals there were sexual orgies, there was flaying, which is skinning of people, there was flagellation, there was abuse of, ritual rape of women and children. That isn't why there were laws made against the groups, though. The laws were made against the groups because of the practice of common commission of crime for the purpose of political blackmail. When I was a child, you would have something that would be like a private birthday party for a powerful person in town. And at that birthday party, there were drugs ingested that the people didn't know about who were invited, who happened to be maybe judges or a police chief or certain lawyers, people who had power in that town. And in the course of the evening, they would be photographed having sex with little children, filmed having sex with little children under the influence of drugs. But that didn't make any difference. If then people had those films, how far are you going to get in prosecuting if the people who would bring the case have that kind of blackmail evidence available against them?
Voici un extrait du document de toutes les auditions, procès-verbaux et témoignages de l'affaire Dutroux. Le document de 1235 pages mis en ligne par Wikileaks en 2009 contient, à la page 261, la reproduction d'une lettre datée du 13 décembre 1996. La lettre, intitulée « Secte, orgie, balai rose en Hollande », a été adressée à la justice hollandaise par un certain Van Haller, pour se retrouver par la suite dans le dossier Dutroux. Voici son contenu explicite. Lettre adressée à la justice hollandaise au sujet de sectes dans ce pays. Il existe en Hollande un groupe de 300 personnes qui forment une secte. Ils organisent des partouzes avec mineurs, 3 ans et plus. Membres, avocats, juristes, juges, policiers, etc. Réunions dans propriétés campagnardes, hôtels ou chez des membres. Exemple, Villa Westfiller à Markelot, plage de Nordwijk. Assemblée le premier samedi après la pleine lune ainsi qu'aux dates de fêtes chrétiennes ou les jours d'anniversaire. Groupe de 12 personnes avec des enfants, viol et torture des enfants, grandes assemblées, 50 adultes et 50 enfants, drogue, boissons, orgies, viols, enregistrement vidéo des abus sur les enfants. Les enfants des membres du groupe participent aux fêtes. Cela entraîne la création de multiples personnalités chez les enfants. À Noël, on simule le sacrifice d'un enfant de 1 an qui subit des sévices mais qui est remplacé par une poupée au moment des véritables tortures. Simulacre d'un enterrement d'un enfant de 15 ans comme punition. On provoque les personnalités multiples, par exemple en faisant croire aux petits-enfants que l'on introduit en eux un chat qui grandit et devient une panthère qui va les surveiller s'ils veulent parler ou quitter le clan. Entre parenthèses, il s'agit là de la chirurgie magique bien décrite par certains thérapeutes travaillant avec des survivants d'abus rituels et de contrôle mental. Ces personnalités multiples sont entretenues par des psychothérapeutes du clan. Les personnalités multiples provoquées permettent un contrôle continu, même des adultes, en créant un certain équilibre. Cela fait de tous les auteurs des victimes. La lettre se termine ainsi. Membre de la secte Balm Jacqueline, secte infiltrée par Verkij Rowin, témoin qui apporte des preuves matérielles, Rumke. Les autorités hollandaises ne croient pas les révélations de Balm et n'agissent pas. Les déclarations et lettres disparaissent. Balm a disparu sur ordre du clan.
C'était très clair, notre père nous a parlé d'une sorte de secte, donc, derrière lequel il y avait d'ailleurs une sorte de corpus idéologique. Qu'est-ce qu'on raconte? Donc, comment fonctionne cette secte? On approche les gens qui ont de la puissance. Hein. Si on n'a pas de pouvoir, on n'est pas intéressant, on reste dans la piétaille. On reste dans le troupeau. Alors à partir du moment où quelqu'un a du pouvoir, où il peut servir, où on est bien entre soi, on songe éventuellement à le recruter. Du moment qu'on a décelé chez lui, bien entendu, la corruption morale qui fait de lui un membre propice. On ne veut surtout pas recruter quelqu'un qui pourrait faire éclater le groupe ou qui pourrait dénoncer ce à quoi il assistait. Donc on recrute des gens qui semblent intéressants et chez lesquels on a décelé cette espèce de vocation que je qualifierais de diabolique, de participation à ces activités. On invite d'abord à des soirées moins extrêmes que celles que la personne sera amenée à connaître par la suite, mais au cours desquelles on l'enferme, en filmant ce qui se passe dans ces soirées, en y faisant participer, ce qui permet de s'assurer de la loyauté future du membre et qu'il ne parlera jamais à personne. Puis ensuite on passe à des choses de plus en plus sérieuses. Et la morale, si j'ose dire, l'idéologie qui sous-tend ce groupe et qui est très grave par rapport à ce qu'il révèle sur le fonctionnement réel de notre société, on raconte aux membres de ce groupe qu'en quelque sorte, toutes les règles qu'on leur a mis en tête depuis le début, que ce soit à l'école, dans la société, etc., sont des limitations à leur liberté qui les empêchent d'atteindre la quintessence du genre humain, et qu'il faut donc rejeter toutes les règles, à commencer par les lois, par la morale, par la décence, et qu'il y a nécessité de transgresser ces règles, de violer parfois littéralement tous les tabous pour faire sauter des sortes de verrous que l'on mettrait dans nos têtes depuis l'enfance. Et donc c'est ainsi que l'on commence par le viol, la torture, et pour en arriver au meurtre. Donc voilà des gens qui en effet après sont complètement débridés, imbus de leur pouvoir, et qui sont amenés, en s'encourageant les uns les autres, à aller toujours plus loin dans l'horreur.
When I was 8 years old, they would take me out of school, and the principal would take us out of class and tell the teacher that they're taking us to a special program to learn. And when they took us to this blue house. We never got justice. Prosecutor wouldn't prosecute the case despite all the people that were telling the same story. We didn't want to tell anybody because they told us that if we told them, we could get in trouble too because of all the things that we did. But we were only kids.
En 1990, à Evansville, dans l'Indiana, comté du Vanderburgh aux USA, une sordide affaire de rituel pédocriminel a été étouffée, comme à l'accoutumée. À l'époque, l'affaire dite de la Maison Bleue satanique avait reçu un écho national, notamment avec l'émission télévisée Occurrent Affair, qui qualifia alors Evansville de Devil's Playground, terrain de jeu du diable. En 2017, John Ponders de Now You See TV, en collaboration avec David Carrico, auteur de The Egyptian Masonic Satanic Connection, ont produit un documentaire, Dark Covenant, Secret of the Secrets, détaillant l'affaire de la Maison Bleue, très peu, voire aucunement référencé dans le monde francophone. Pour des raisons juridiques, le documentaire ne mentionne pas la connexion maçonnique de cette affaire, mais les producteurs affirment en off que les accusés sont tous liés à la franc-maçonnerie.
One thing that I wanted to make sure I was kind of clear about, which I don't think I mentioned, that the people that were involved in this whole thing in the Blue House, the school principal was the most common name mentioned. And I'm not going to mention his name over there. He's already tried to sue people before for it. But in some of the extra footage, his name's mentioned. Basically, all of the people involved with this cover-up, with the perpetration, all of them were Freemasons, every one of them. So I don't know if I made that clear, but they were all Freemasons, which is a public record that they were Freemasons. That's one thing I want to make sure I was clear on, because I think that I forgot to mention that everybody involved in the investigation, the cover-up of investigation, and the principal and the officials mentioned were all Freemasons.
My name is David Carrico, and in the early 1990s, my wife Donna was doing some volunteer work with a group called SLAM. It was an acronym for Society's League Against Molestation. And Rick and Pam Doniger were also working with SLAM, and children began to disclose to Rick that they were being abused ritually and satanically. And these children were telling the story that they were being taken by school officials to a certain blue house where they were being exposed to satanic rituals involving sexual abuse, animal, and even human sacrifice.
Le principal défenseur des enfants, Rick Donninger, a déclaré que tous les enfants de la Maison Bleue affirmaient avoir été maltraités par des francs-maçons. Donninger a également affirmé que l'enquête a été confiée à des policiers également issus de la franc-maçonnerie. Malgré les nombreux témoignages et preuves, l'affaire n'a jamais été conduite devant un tribunal et aucune arrestation n'a donc eu lieu, laissant une nouvelle fois les petites victimes dans la solitude de l'injustice.
My name is Rick Donninger and I'm from here in Evansville, Indiana. The prosecutor's office just flat refused to take any action on it. It was a mystery.
I'm not going to talk to you. No. I don't believe the allegation. You don't believe it's even, you don't believe this story? I don't believe this particular story. If the system isn't going to be able to help these children, where would this address these young self? I don't know. That means not too possible.
I mean, this was the frustrating thing about it. There were 12 children that went on record to Bill Welborn, a former prosecutor, and Sue Donaldson, who was the head of the psychology department at the University of Evansville. She interviewed 6 of them. These children all told the same story. None of them knew one another. They all give the same testimony, and they named these 2 specific individuals that were both Freemasons, and that they were being taken out to this house, being ritualized. It was confirmed medically. They were taken to the hospital. Abuse was confirmed. There was this one child that said that the principal took her into the office, violated her with an object. This child was taken to the hospital. The abuse was confirmed. There was physical testimony. There was multiple witnesses, but yet there was no prosecution.
I'm not going to prosecute.
Our attorney, Mr. William Welborn, he donated his time to represent all of these kids that wanted representation by an attorney. And he took on the cases for free. And he had talked to the children, he talked to the mothers, and he was convinced that these kids were telling the truth.
First of all, the fact that there are so many children who are telling very similar stories. Second thing is that there is similar evidence of physical abuse in a number of these children. They have been injured, damaged in the same way. I'm not going to prosecute.
Les enfants ont rapporté avoir subi des séances de choc électrique en visionnant par exemple des photos visant à inverser le bien et le mal en renommant la photo en son exact contraire, tout comme leur mettre la main sous l'eau chaude en leur affirmant que c'est quelque chose de froid pour eux. Nous ne savions plus le bien du mal, affirmeront certains. Les enfants disaient avoir été forcés de regarder des animaux morts et dépecés dans des coffres, mais aussi forcés à ravaler leur propre vomi s'ils tombaient malades en consommant les bêtes sacrifiées.
We were just learning about Freemasonry, and when these children came and said that their perpetrators were allegedly a Masonic school teacher and a Shriner principal, so we began to do research, and then we began to uncover the Masonic connections to the occult and to the mystery religions.
There's a book that's published by the Masonic McCoy Publishing Company called Who is Hiram Abiff? And this book goes into great detail into the practices of the mystery religions, and it details human sacrifice, cannibalism, ritualistic sex, and then it goes on to proudly say that Freemasonry is perpetuating the spirituality of the mystery religions. You know, I mean, it's just absolutely bizarre.
I found it interesting in the documentary that as you explored the case with these children in Evansville, that they were describing Masonic symbols and Masonic rituals. I've personally researched many SRA cases that had a very heavily, like overtly Masonic influence on them. It seemed like they were more sort of a crazed, demonized subcult of some sort that branched out certainly from the mystery schools. But, you know, there was what was interesting, though, was that you seemed to present facts that the Masonic Lodge in that part of the world was directly responsible for the actual abuse that was taking place. And I thought that that was interesting. And mainly because of the way Masonry permeates the legal system in places of leadership, which is undeniable. Almost every time a case was presented to law enforcement, it was almost immediately deemed unsubstantiated, which in my own mind would definitely lend to the credibility of a power structure outside of the legal system that was operating that's much larger than most.
Because the children were saying things of such a magnitude that it would involve the institution of the school corporation, and it would involve some cooperation in part of law enforcement. Yet this was being said by as many of a dozen children that did not know one another. The parents did not know one another, and they were telling consistent stories.
One after another, each case had been deemed by the authorities as unsubstantiated. Just repeatedly, the abuse was ruled unsubstantiated. There was never enough evidence. We had the mother take the child to the hospital, and we set up an examination called a colposcopic examination. As a result of that, her allegations of abuse and having the knife put in her were substantiated. There were in fact scarring inside the child that substantiated her story of being cut with a knife. And this child had alleged that the school principal had done this.
Sue Donaldson, who is professor of psychology at the University of Southern Indiana, she publicly made the statement on the current affair video that she had examined 6 of the children and that they all were cut. They were all cut ritualistically, and they were marked.
When I saw the first child, I wondered whether or not it was self-inflicted. But as I saw the second child, and the third child, and the fourth child, and the fifth child, and the sixth child, and they all had these scars in the same places, and they all said that they were cut at the Blue House by the school official who had removed them from school.
She said that it was obvious to her that these kids had experienced trauma, and she didn't know exactly how it came about or what, but they were obviously traumatized severely.
Une membre de l'association de protection de l'enfance Children of the Underground a aidé une de ses enfants, Sarah Jane Wanamaker, ainsi que sa mère, à fuir vers Atlanta afin d'échapper à la garde du père supposément bourreau. Sarah avait fait des déclarations précises et détaillées sur des sévices rituels de type satanique, meurtre, cannibalisme, prière aux démons, menace de la couper en deux, etc. Selon cette membre d'association qui avait souhaité rester anonyme, Evansville serait un nid à satanistes transgénérationnels, mais également un fief maçonnique. Sarah a déclaré que les bourreaux filmaient tous leurs rituels, menaçant les enfants de dévoiler des photos s'ils se mettaient à parler. Elle a mentionné un présumé meurtre sacrificiel d'enfants perpétué par le principal de l'école qui aurait coupé les jambes de la victime. Il a été rapporté que la petite Sarah développait possiblement un trouble dissociatif de l'identité car elle basculait d'un caractère à l'autre pendant qu'elle parlait. Elle a décrit une vingtaine d'adultes portant des toges à capuche de couleur bleue ou noire. Elle a dessiné des symboles égyptiens similaires à certains ornements maçonniques de grands bâtiments du centre-ville de Evansville. La petite affirmait qu'il conservait des bébés dans des bocaux et que chaque acte qu'il faisait sur un enfant était archivé sur un rouleau.
Because the Masonic secret societies that judges, lawyers, and a lot of those that are involved in the justice system, police officers, sheriffs, all of those detectives, that they are also connected in these secret societies, and that's one of the reasons why it's so difficult to prosecute. And at every turn of the way, it seems like these pedophiles are protected, and that these different forces of justice, which you would expect to be protecting these children, are in fact working against them.
One of my best friends is a sex crimes detective in Evansville, and back when this stuff happened, they didn't have a sex crimes unit. Also, there's a new prosecutor in Evansville, Indiana, somebody that I know as well, and I can tell you this, that these guys don't let this stuff go. But the problem is when you have these kind of cases where Freemasons are protecting Freemasons, when you have judges that are Freemasons, you have all these things, even a prosecutor, even a detective that wants to put these people away sometimes can't. This is a scary thing, because a lot of these people are police officers. I know in Evansville, Indiana, over half the force are police, are Freemasons, and So their oath for Freemasonry supersedes their oath to serve and protect the public. And this is disturbing because we see it in politics as well, which I personally believe that anybody that takes the oath of Masonry should not be allowed to serve in public office, and they should also not be allowed to be police officers. But nonetheless, most of them are, because we were founded by Freemasons here in this country.
Où sont-ils le plus influents au sein de l'appareil d'État?
Au sein de l'appareil d'État, c'est clairement dans le secteur de la justice et de la police que les francs-maçons sont très implantés depuis très longtemps. Vous avez grosso modo un commissaire de police sur 4 qui est franc-maçon. À l'échelon au-dessus, celui de contrôleur général, on peut multiplier par 2. On est à peu près à la moitié.
J'ai rencontré une travailleuse sociale qui a dénoncé la prostitution infantile. Elle a créé un groupe où des enfants peuvent venir la voir et raconter ce qui leur est arrivé. C'est de la prostitution organisée et dans une toute petite ville, 2000 enfants ont été prostitués. Elle s'est faite attaquer par la police et son mari a failli perdre son travail. Ça l'a menée au bord du suicide. Et c'est ce qu'ils font, ils orchestrent ça. Ils manipulent et ça vient d'en haut. Elle m'a dit, ça vient des officiers haut gradés. Et c'est le cas. Mon enquête montre des liens solides entre des officiers haut gradés et le crime organisé.
En janvier 1997, The Guardian a publié pour la première fois une photo considérée comme unique. Elle perce le mur du secret qui entoure l'une des organisations les plus mystérieuses de Grande-Bretagne en révélant un grand rassemblement de policiers londoniens portant gants blancs, écharpes brodées et tabliers en peau d'agneau. Au moment où la photo a été prise, ces 60 hommes étaient tous membres de la loge maçonnique 91-79, plus connue sous le nom de Manoir St. James. Cette loge, fondée en 1986, est exclusivement réservée aux officiers de police de Scotland Yard. La précieuse photo avait été transmise au Guardian par des policiers n'appartenant pas à la franc-maçonnerie. Elle semble avoir été prise lors d'une tenue inaugurale réunissant des policiers qui occupaient alors les postes les plus puissants des forces de l'ordre londoniennes, tous ayant en commun l'originalité d'avoir eu les yeux bandés avec un nœud coulant autour du cou et une épée pointée sur le cœur, alors qu'on les avertit que s'ils brisent leur vœu de silence et de loyauté, ils auront la gorge tranchée et la langue arrachée. Un peu comme chez les mafieux.
Still unhappy and quite rightly so. I'm one of the few backbenchers that had the opportunity of reading an amazing document called Operation Tiberius. Why the contents of Operation Tiberius document is so deeply shocking. It tells the story of crimes planned by little units of police, serving police officers of all various ranks and criminals. And they met, not in clubs or pubs where they'd be observed, but they met in the branches of a fraternity that is secret. And the crimes are horrendous. The crimes are plotting crimes, organizing crimes, carrying out crimes, covering up crimes, and using people who were corrupted in all branches of government. And the report, it exists, it's there, it's deeply serious.
It's estimated that of 135,000 serving policemen in Britain, 22,000, or 1 in 6, are Freemasons. Most Masons say there is no conflict of interest between police work and membership of the Brotherhood, but some outsiders disagree.
What is certain, and I've seen the evidence for it and other people have seen it, that there are lists of lodges which include active criminals and serving policemen in the same lodge, and that can never be right.
Critics also worry that Masons are concentrated in many other powerful institutions, notably the law. Confidential Masonic documents reveal that hundreds of magistrates are Masons.
I think that people use Freemasonry or for the wrong purposes. They use it as a way to get on, to improve their position, to get promotion. And corrupt people use it to carry out their corruption in a secret manner.
John Simmons had been a Mason for 15 years when in 1978 he moved from Scotland Yard to take charge of the CID in the City of London Police.
I went to a meeting in the Connaught Rooms, which after all I'm sure most people know is virtually the headquarters of British Freemasonry. And the chap that I'd known for many, many years was there as a police officer and a Freemason, and we caught eye across, I suppose, twice the distance I'm sitting from you, and he just stared at me and just shook his head like that, run his finger across the throat. I thought, gosh, what am I doing here? I need to get out of this place, because if one man can do that, I need to get out.
But what exactly did that gesture mean?
Well, it's part of, if one reaches Freemasonry, then you take certain oaths, and one of them is that you'd rather have your throat cut than to divulge secrets of Freemasonry.
The sign is given by drawing the hand smartly across the throat and dropping it to the side. This is an allusion to the symbolic penalty at one time included in the degree, which implied that as a man of honor, a Mason would rather have his throat cut across than improperly disclose the secret.
John Simmons resigned from his lodge, dismayed at the gap between Freemasonry's high principles and their often shady practice.
Le député britannique Dale Campbell Severs a lui-même publiquement déclaré que plus de 250 policiers ont été contraints de démissionner suite à des enquêtes internes ayant révélé leur appartenance à certaines loges maçonniques dans le cadre d'un complot criminel. La question qui se pose maintenant est la suivante. Si les réseaux maçonniques sont secrets, comment le public profane peut-il avoir la certitude que ce problème est aujourd'hui éradiqué, notamment dans le système judiciaire de la République française, désormais tristement connu sous le nom de Pédoland?
Et qui vous menacez d'une arme?
Celui qui dirige la gendarmerie.
La franc-maçonnerie, ce n'est pas que la franc-maçonnerie, il y a aussi dans la maçonnerie d'autres maçonneries. Et donc autour de la franc-maçonnerie, par exemple du Grand Orient de France, il y a une église gnostique, ça on n'en parle pas. Il y a aussi des mouvements martinistes, ça on n'en parle pas. Il y a aussi des sociétés secrètes alchimiques, ça on n'en parle pas non plus. Alors évidemment, pour connaître tout ça, il faut être rentré un peu dedans, et encore faut-il s'être bien tenu, parce que sinon on ne rentre pas du tout.
Ce que nous a dit et répété spontanément cette jeune femme a de quoi révolter. En particulier, lorsqu'elle affirme, malgré les menaces qui pèsent, dit-elle, sur elle, avoir fréquenté une secte satanique, les martinistes, avoir subi des tortures et torturé elle-même.
On se fait battre, on se fait mettre des objets dans les orifices, on se fait... Il y a des fois des sacrifices d'enfants pour rendre grâce à Satan. Il y a beaucoup de choses comme ça. On tue un animal, on nous verse le sang sur la tête et le reste dans une coupole qu'on met sur l'autel.
On va immoler un être vivant pour une cérémonie initiatique. Nous possédons de Martinez le détail concernant la réception de Villermoz, de ce qu'il était nécessaire pour son substitut d'accomplir comme pratique, gestes et préparation pour le rituel de Réaucroix. Ce rituel incluait en effet un holocauste d'une tête de chevreuil ou, à défaut, d'un agneau noir, avec des crémations à effectuer aux différents angles de la langue, de la cervelle et des yeux de l'animal, ainsi que de la tête elle-même. Le souverain, c'est-à-dire Martinez, ouvrant préalablement la tête de l'animal en circonférence à l'aide de son couteau de cérémonie pour en faire surgir la cervelle. Il en retire la cervelle, la langue, et l'ensemble est ensuite entièrement consumé dans les 3 feux qui entourent les circonférences, la tête proprement dite dans le réchaud du nord, la langue dans celui de l'ouest, et la cervelle dans le brasier du midi.
Et donc en fait, vos parents, comme tous les parents de ces enfants dont vous nous parlez, vendaient leurs enfants.
Exactement, puisque ça rapporte un certain pourcentage d'argent, puisqu'un enfant qui a moins de 8 ans vaut 22 000 francs.
D'où viennent-ils, ces enfants?
Les enfants qui sont sacrifiés ne sont pas déclarés ou sont des enfants étrangers. Notamment quand j'étais sur Agen, c'était des enfants, c'était des petits Africains, ils étaient noirs. Sur Jalais, j'en ai vu aussi, sur Nanterre aussi, mais c'était des petits blancs, des Français, mais c'est des enfants nés de viol.
Des enfants nés de viol?
Oui, qui n'avaient pas été déclarés, des accouchements et qui ont été faits chez les parents, dans des conditions abominables.
Et donc, dans la mesure où ils n'étaient pas déclarés, ils étaient sacrifiés.
Voilà.
Non seulement vous faisiez partie donc de la secte, mais vous avez participé à ce rituel.
Oui. En 1994, j'ai dû sacrifier sous la menace d'une arme avec 2 de mes amis à Jalais un enfant. Et on a dû toutes les 3 l'assassiner, quoi. Sous la menace d'une arme, si on ne le faisait pas, on serait fait encore plus. Il l'aurait fait avec plus de violence et il nous aurait fait encore plus mal. Donc, on était obligés de le faire, quoi.
Et qui vous menacez d'une arme?
Celui qui dirige la gendarmerie.
Et ces cadavres, qu'est-ce qu'ils en font après?
Celui qui m'a le plus marqué, puisque c'est celui auquel j'ai participé, ils l'ont emmené dans une cave qui était à Cholet, transporté dans un sac noir à poubelle noire avec une croix blanche renversée. Et ils avaient un gros bidon, ils ont mis quelque chose, je sais pas si c'était de l'essence ou de l'acide ou quelque chose comme ça. Mais moi et Sophie et Cécile, on s'est tous sauvés. Toutes les 3, on s'est sauvés.
Donc en fait, ils brûlent les cadavres?
Ils doivent les brûler, oui.
Vous pensez que tout ça, c'est une sorte de réseau, des gens qui se tiennent un petit peu pour ne pas tomber, quoi.
Voilà, et puis c'est pour se protéger aussi. Parce qu'étant donné quand même qu'il y a des hommes de loi qui sont dedans, c'est vrai que ça ferait quand même un drôle de tapage si on apprenait qu'il y avait des juges et tout ça qui faisaient partie de ces réseaux-là.
Mais vous en avez vu, vous, personnellement?
J'ai vu un email de monsieur. Moi, je ne savais pas qui c'était. C'était pour un transfert de fonds. Un transfert de fonds.
Et vous pensez que ces gens-là font partie des sectes elles-mêmes? La secte satanique dont vous parlez ou...
Ils les couvrent toutes. Je ne dirais pas forcément qu'ils en font partie, mais ils les couvrent, ça c'est sûr.
Jean-Claude Dissès est l'avocat de Véronique à Agen, ville où elle fut transférée du Maine-et-Loire vers un foyer fréquenté par des pédophiles. D'abord sceptique sur les accusations de sa cliente, il est aujourd'hui convaincu qu'elle dit la vérité.
Je la crois lorsqu'elle dit qu'elle a été violée dans sa famille. Je la crois lorsqu'elle dit qu'elle a été prostituée par certains membres de sa famille. Je la crois lorsqu'elle explique que cette prostitution est forcément et nécessairement passée par de nombreuses personnes adultes qui sont venues abuser d'elle pour de l'argent. Je la crois lorsqu'elle dit en même temps qu'elle était photographiée pendant ces scènes. Et je la crois d'autant plus que nous retrouvons apparemment, c'est le point qu'il faut vérifier, ces photos sur un CD-ROM à Amsterdam.
Donc c'est bien elle qu'elle a reconnu, elle a dit ça c'est moi.
Voilà,
c'est ça, hein.
C'est tout à fait ça. Elle dit c'est moi. Elle le dit devant un inspecteur de police et en même temps qu'elle s'identifie, elle identifie 5 de ses copains et copines d'enfance. Ça signifie que si ce point s'avère exact, il faut nécessairement que ces enfants aient été soumis à des scènes pornographiques, que ces scènes aient été filmées et que ces photos aient été envoyées à Amsterdam pour atterrir sur un CD-ROM pédophile qui a été saisi par la police hollandaise dans le cadre de procédures en Hollande. Et donc ça nécessite forcément qu'il y ait une organisation qui prend des photos, qui les diffuse. Et donc ça veut dire qu'il y a une organisation et qu'il y a un réseau.
Véronique nous a conduits devant l'un des nombreux lieux où se passaient, selon elle, le 21 de chaque mois, des cérémonies sataniques.
Alors c'est ici que je suis venue plusieurs fois. Notamment, je me rappelle bien d'une fois en 1994, où je me suis retrouvée à un rituel satanique où il y a eu un meurtre d'enfant. Et donc on était monté au second. Voilà. Et là, il y a eu viol, on devait être 5 ou 6 enfants. C'était pas une très très grosse réunion. Là, il y avait Il y avait beaucoup de gens, notamment des notables, mais que je ne connais pas forcément leur prénom. Voilà,
Et vous-même, vous avez subi...
Oui, j'étais là et j'ai subi. Il y avait mon père. Ma mère n'était pas là cette fois-ci.
Son incroyable mémoire permet aussi à Véronique de se souvenir d'un coup de téléphone où elle entend parler de la petite Marion Wagon, disparue le 14 novembre 1996.
J'étais chez une des pédophiles. Et donc là, le téléphone a sonné, elle s'est mise à hurler. Elle était à l'étage, moi j'étais dans sa chambre en bas. J'ai donc décroché le téléphone qui se trouvait dans sa chambre. Et j'ai entendu un homme que je connais, Walter, qui réclamait plus d'argent, sinon il allait tout dénoncer à la police, en disant, il disait lui-même, de toute façon c'est pas moi, j'irai pas en prison, c'est pas moi qui l'ai tué. Moi j'ai fait que de l'héberger sous vos ordres, et que 6 jours. Et maintenant je veux l'argent. Et moi j'irai pas en prison. Et là j'ai entendu Jean-Marc qui a dit comme ça, de toute façon là où sont enterrés les Maccabées, ils sont pas prêts de les retrouver.
Et vous savez où ils sont enterrés, vous?
Je pense qu'ils sont enterrés à Grand-Charlotte, dans l'arrière-cour.
Le cadavre de Marion serait éventuellement là?
Je pense, oui.
Des fouilles auraient été effectuées récemment, en vain. Véronique aurait-elle affabulé? En tout cas, sa déclaration laisse incrédule le père de la disparue.
Quand on parlait de secte, oui. Vous n'y avez jamais pensé, vous?
Bien sûr que si. On a reçu des tas de courriers, des centaines et des centaines de lettres, mais c'est le côté auquel on ne veut pas penser, auquel on se refuse. Maintenant, bon, c'est vrai que les événements aussi de l'époque, pour reparler de l'affaire du trou, bon, nous ont fait... On se dit, bon, ça n'arrive qu'en Belgique, mais en fin de compte, ça peut se passer en France. Mais c'est le côté auquel on ne pense pas, nous.
Un ancien commandant de gendarmerie, à l'époque chargé de l'affaire Marion, se souvient du coup de téléphone dont parle Véronique.
On n'a pas été capable de savoir d'où venait l'appel, et l'appel arrivait chez un particulier. Nous n'avons pas été capables de remonter l'appel, donc on ne sait pas qui l'a passé. C'est vrai que j'ai entendu dire qu'il y avait une jeune fille qui avait fait des dépositions, mais je ne les connais pas parce que je ne suis plus actuellement dans la gendarmerie. Ce que je veux dire, c'est que je fais confiance à mes anciens collaborateurs pour vérifier toutes les pistes.
Comment se fait-il que 5 enfants violés à Angers, on retrouve leurs photos à Amsterdam 10 ans après? Voilà la question. Et cette question-là, vous comprenez bien qu'elle est trop grave pour qu'on puisse s'amuser à ne pas la poser.
C'est très dur, ça revient dans les cauchemars toutes les nuits. Chaque seconde, quand un enfant crie ou un enfant pleure. Mais dans la rue, à n'importe quel moment, quand on voit un enfant, on se dit peut-être que maintenant il sera aussi grand que celui-là.
Police et justice ont pris les déclarations de Véronique au sérieux et s'attellent à les vérifier, une par une, aussi invraisemblables qu'elles paraissent. De ces vérifications dépend peut-être l'éradication de certains réseaux pédophiles et criminels.
Accusation gravissime donc.
You mentioned that they seem to have a belief system as well. Could you talk about that?
It's the Illuminati is the continuation of the mystery religions. As someone who becomes an adept of the Illuminati, they have to learn a whole series of paths. They give the different types of occult knowledge names from the 12 apostles of Judas, plus the 13th is called the Holy Grail. So as these men and women become very skilled in occult knowledge, and I'm not sure how much I should go into that, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that they'll be trained in alchemy, they'll be trained in Indian sorcery, they'll be trained in Druidism, Enochian magic, Gnosticism, Hermetic magic, Kabbalism, Plato, Sufism. You know, they'll know all the different branches of occultism. You've got different levels that people operate within the Illuminati. There's the anarchy level, which is your common witchcraft covens, and then you got your hierarchy level. And on the anarchy level, there are thousands and thousands of covens. In fact, I have listed the addresses and the names of hundreds of these in one of my book of these covens. These covens are very eclectic. They can have their own traditions, their own rituals. There's a wide variety of practices on the anarchy level. In fact, that's what it looks like, is total anarchy. One doesn't see any connection. If you're programmed to multiple, you can function at many different levels, and you can have one personality that's in this coven, and another personality that's in that coven, and this personality that's in the Masonic Lodge, and this personality that participates in this hierarchy ceremony, and another personality that participates in another satanic ritual. It's very broken up. So one of the reasons why it's not easy to answer your question is basically everything we understood about human behavior and how to gauge or judge people is obsolete, because the mind control, by creating programmed multiple personalities, has made all of our ways of judging people obsolete. And so a person within the Illuminati, the supreme goal of somebody in the Illuminati is to balance their good deeds with their bad deeds. They're dualists. They're Luciferians at the highest level. And that's why your greatest philanthropist will very often be your highest ranking Satanist, because what they're trying to do with their philanthropy, which a lot of their philanthropy is self-serving, when you actually look at it, it's not as generous as it appears at first, but they're trying to do good deeds and then balance those with their bad deeds, because they believe in balance in their religion. It's a Gnostic Luciferianism.
Now, I'd like to talk about the mind control that the Illuminati have used and the techniques therein. What is your understanding of how they have used mind control, and what form of mind control?
The word that I like to use is total mind control, because it totally controls the person's body, soul, and spirit. And the common person out there has never really imagined that something so all-encompassing or so horrendous or so totally powerful as even exists. And when I say mind control, some people think, oh, television, yeah, or they think, oh, yeah, subliminals. No, I'm talking about something that's 1,000 or 10,000 times more powerful. This mind control is totally undetectable, and it totally controls the person, and it uses every known technique of controlling a person wrapped up in a sophisticated group package. And you have 100 techniques wrapped up together like that. You make a package deal that totally locks the victim in to the control.
So can you talk about some of these techniques individually and how they were used as the group package?
Yeah. When I started out to describe to people what was going on, I had files and files. I had about 150 files of different techniques. And I was thinking to myself, well, I can't talk about 150 techniques. That's too overwhelming for people. And so I thought, and I realized that all of these techniques broke down into 12 sciences. One of the sciences is the science of trauma and torture. Another science is how to use drugs, apply drugs to control a person, and another science that they have is their ability to use different mental states, which is hypnosis, disassociation, the trance states. Another one of their sciences is their skill at deceiving people and deceiving the victim themselves. One needs to understand, the listener needs to understand that these victims of Illuminati mind control do not even know themselves that they're under control. And there's a science of using spiritual things to control a person. In fact, actually, that is the perhaps one of the major, if not the most major, method of controlling a person. One of the things it's not politically popular for today for people in science to admit that mankind has a spiritual side to them, but humans do have a spiritual side to them. And the Illuminati understand how to spiritually control someone. Their understanding of that has boggled my mind. They have only allowed the common people, even the Christian people, a lot of our ministers only understand the crumbs have only gotten the crumbs, so to speak, on how to develop a person spiritually.
And how do you feel that they have developed this and gained this knowledge?
Well, a lot of it began back in the sleep temples of the Egyptians. We go back to your Egyptian priesthood and the mystery religions. They were already learning at that time how to use electric shock. They used electric eels and other things to electrically shock people. They had already started to learn the use of drugs and herbs to create altered states and to control people. These were secrets, though, that were very closely guarded by these Illuminati families and their mystery religion priesthoods. But they continued to develop these over the centuries. They want the traumatization to begin very early on because they want somebody who can trance out and disassociate from the pain. So you're probably familiar, and the listeners are probably familiar with the Indian fakers, the holy men in India who can walk on coals and stick pins in them and sleep on beds of nails. Well, this actually happens. Well, how does it happen? It's because they are able to disassociate and go into a trance state. And that's an altered state. The Illuminati want to create individuals who are able to disassociate very well, because that's part of the requirement to have the ability to become a multiple personality.
And that is the purpose of the traumatization, is to create that dissociation?
Yeah, that's one of the purposes.
And what is the importance of dissociation then within the total mind control?
It's extremely important. You'll hear a lot in recent times about electronic mind control, and that's being used to divert people away from the more important issue of multiple personality disorder, or DID. The ability to create multiple personalities that are programmed is extremely important. It's why they have the ability to be secret. It's why they're able to do so much in secret. The electronic mind control, throwing mental ideas into somebody's brain which are foreign, is not that much of a threat. I have worked with quite a few victims of electronic mind control, and the majority, if not all of them, are able to recognize that something's being beamed into their heads that's foreign. But when you are disassociated, when you have amnesia walls between yourself and other parts of your mind, you don't know what you yourself are in your entirety are all about. So hypnosis and trance and disassociation, they're all just different aspects of the same thing. And the Illuminati excuse me, have learned over the centuries how to put people into different states, mental states, and when information is learned in these different states, then to access that information best, you need to go back to that particular state. When you get into a particular situation that's reminiscent of a previous experience, that's when your memory of it is best triggered. Now they go a lot further than just using natural disassociation. They've learned how to create amnesia walls within the mind. And it's basically what they're doing to the mind is the same as what we do with computers. In order to make computers functional, they had to figure out some way to section off part of the computer's memory so that the user could not access that memory. They had to nest that memory. In human terms, you could say there's an amnesia wall there. How to build walls in the mind to mentally section off the mind. And they do this through trauma. If you get a severe enough trauma, what the mind will do in order to continue functioning is it will disassociate that trauma with an amnesia wall. For instance, if let's say you were in war and your best friend has just gotten blown to smithereens by an artillery piece, his guts are laying out, your mind may build amnesia walls around this event and you may not be able to remember it. So the worse the trauma, the better the amnesia walls. So the Illuminati take a small child at about 2 and they begin traumatizing it with the worst traumas that are imaginable so that they can create these amnesia walls. They find these disassociated pieces of the mind, which are just like, in a sense, floppy disks, and then they put in their programming to each of these disassociated parts of the mind as to what they want that part to become. Some of these parts they make into personalities, and so they create MPD, DID. They create multiple personalities, and then while they're creating these multiple personalities, they're programming them to be exactly what they want them to be. The programmers like to say this child is a piece of clay, and they view themselves as the potters to that clay. They're very skilled in knowing how to take a child and work with that child's mind to create what they want. You've got researchers like Hans Eisnick, who happened to have been born in Germany but left Germany. But anyway, and you've got other researchers too that have studied how your average evoked potentials that the brain, these are brain waves, your average evoked potentials of the brain waves. You can use EEGs to determine personality and IQ of a person. So when a child is born, they begin testing its brain to see what is this person's personality, what type of thinking is this person capable of, what type of career should we plan out for this person. So they take the natural bent of the mind, the natural capabilities of the mind, and they work with that. Likewise, when they're doing the traumatization and they're splitting the mind, they work with the child's creativity and they work with what those pieces of the mind, how those pieces of the mind think. Say perhaps by 18 months they'll be doing their EEGs and determining what they want to do. then they begin the mind control to structure the person for that career. This is why people like myself who have a natural intelligence but have never been connected to any of these bloodlines, we have such a hard time out there in the competition because the Illuminati can take a particular child, and since they can manipulate things from behind the scenes, they can open all the right doors for this person, and they can get them the grants and the schooling and everything they need, and then adding impetus to this person's career is the mind control that's steering them in that direction too. So the end product is you end up with somebody who's an engineer or a lawyer or a politician who's very highly qualified for what they're doing.
So what kind of things would, once they have controlled somebody, what kind of things would they be used to do for the Illuminati?
The mind control, this is something that, again, has not been brought out very well by other people, and maybe it's just simply because they're not aware of it. But the mind control is not just to create somebody who's a sexual slave, but it's to infiltrate and control society across the board. Understand that if you're going to control something like they control establishment medicine, you have to have your people in key positions because the weakest link of a chain is going to break. So you can't have any weak links. So they salt their people throughout society in general, from the gutter to the castles. But like, let's say you're trying to control medicine because the establishment medical system brings them in lots of money, and the medical establishment, as you may know, is very powerful. So you have to have control of the entire spectrum of things: the hospitals, what kind of health care is going to be available, the type of training that the doctors are going to get. They've created secret strike forces like the CCHI and the NCHF. All of this requires mind-controlled slaves being salted in throughout the entire system. If you had one weak link, the control is, for instance, if you have somebody who's practicing alternative medicine and you don't control the judicial system, let's say he's a homeopathic doctor and he's arrested on false charges, well, you're not going to be able to convict him if you're not controlling the judicial system. So, again, like I say, you've got to have this vast secret apparatus. And this is why it becomes, until people understand the mind control, they can't understand how there could possibly be the type of control that they have.
Right. So I guess in order to understand like how they are able to control these people that they have put in key positions in society, we do have to talk more about the techniques of mind control, and maybe we can go into that now of how they are able to effect control over these people. For example, the trauma.
Well, yeah, the trauma would be used for a whole number of reasons. When you traumatize somebody, where you traumatize them to the point where they almost die, or actually, to be more specific, they actually do kill these people, but they know exactly how many seconds they can allow them to be killed and still bring them back to life. So they manipulate near-death experiences. They have that down to a science. What that trauma does is it puts the brain back into a survival mode. And now I have to get into explaining that the popular concept of the brain being one monolithic brain is real deceptive. It's been kept very secret that the human brain is actually 7 brains. And the first brain of the human mind, the medulla and the pons, is called the reptilian brain because it thinks like a reptilian. And if you're always traumatizing a person, you keep them in their reptilian thinking, where they're survival-based thinking. And survival-based thinking, there's certain characteristics that go along with that thinking. The trauma can be used to keep somebody within their survival-based thinking. It also creates fear, and there's a whole series of things that spiritually happen to a person when they get caught up in fear. They want to maintain a high level of trance and dissociative behavior of the victim, so they like to continue traumatizing the person. But as I just brought out earlier, there's more involved here than just keeping the dissociative level high. You're also trying to maintain the person to stay in the reptilian survival-based thinking. You're also trying to keep them having a spirit of fear controlling their life. The parents of the children that are being programmed are secretly trained in how to abuse their children so that they can help keep their children very dissociative. Each one of those personalities has been given a separate history, a separate personality, has its own likes, dislikes. And what you've done is you've turned what was one person into a whole city of people. And the only way that the mind of the slave can function is if it relies upon the master to give it some stability. Imagine if your mind was a whole series of competing persons, each with their own ideas and likes and dislikes. The only way to bring some order out of the chaos would be to have some controlling entity controlling that chaos. And some of the slaves that reach the point of actually becoming aware that they are multiples on the deeper levels realize that they need the mind control for their minds not to break down into total craziness. Another way of looking at it is what the Illuminati are doing, are creating controlled insanity, in that for these victims of the mind control to endure the horrific trauma that's given to them, they have to isolate their memories of that trauma, and the parts of the mind that have to pick up some of that trauma, some of those parts in essence, and if those walls of disassociation break down, then the other parts of the mind are going to have to deal with a lot of garbage.
Why do you think they needed so many identities to be put in place?
Well, if you're going to invest the time to create a robot, you want to build in as many capabilities into that robot as possible, and you want to compartmentalize everything so everything's secret. One of the reasons why intelligence agencies function so well, like for instance the CIA, is that they compartmentalize everything. You only know on a need-to-know basis. Well, they do the same with these people's minds. A slave may function on many different levels. He's got his front, which they create the best front possible. That's his everyday life, or her everyday life. But then they may want to use that person for drug smuggling, money laundering, carrying messages, performing satanic rituals, producing porn movies, assassinating somebody, spying on somebody. In order for that city of people to function, you have to have different jobs. You'll have some of the older personalities taking care of baby personalities internally in the person's mind. So you've got functions, you've got gatekeepers, you've got hierarchy altars that are controlling other altars. You've got a hierarchy of personality. What you're doing is that's a whole, and that's a whole science in itself on how to structure the disassociated parts of mind.